there's still this idea that Scientologists have that the true lingering effects that that person will suffer from are psychological or as psychosomatic, as the Scientologists would say, because they don't really believe in the word psychological. But that the trauma and the lingering effects are psychosomatic, and that only Dianetics auditing and Scientology auditing can alleviate the psychosomatic reason why this person's physical problems either aren't healing fast enough or maybe perhaps never heal. That's kind of what he's talking about. Now, what the hell that has to do with the Scientologist pulling over when they see a car accident? See, those things aren't necessarily connected. See, so I just gave an explanation that didn't even necessarily explain this stupid-ass comment. I have a feeling that this Tom Cruise interview video is horribly edited. And I think as we move forward, that will become evident. You know, if a Scientologist were to pull over on a car accident, they would do something called either a locational or a touch assist. And a locational is just basically telling someone to look at things in the environment. Look at that tree, thank you. Look at that plant, thank you. Look at that car, thank you. Like, literally, it's just a process that Scientologists believe gets a person's attention off of their body where it's stuck because they just had an accident, or off of wherever it happens to be fixated, and to help their attention more broadly be sweeping around the environment. They believe that's more healthy spiritually. That would be called a locational assist, is what a Scientologist would call that. But again, what that has to do with truly helping the person, like, I gotta tell you, before Tom Cruise said this in this video, that's not something I would have actually ever expected a Scientologist to say. That's not a viewpoint I would have expected a Scientologist to have. Oh, as a Scientologist, I have to pull over because I'm the only one who can help. Like, I know Scientologists pride themselves on pulling over and helping people in car accidents, but I've never heard, other than Tom Cruise, say that the reason that's important is because literally only a Scientologist can help. Again, it's a really weird way of thinking, even for a Scientologist. All right, let's go.
But that's what drives me, is that I know we have an opportunity, and to really help for the first time, effectively change people's lives, and I am dedicated to that. I'm absolutely, uncompromisingly dedicated to that. The orgs are there to help, okay, but we, as you know, as also the public, we have a responsibility. It's not just the orgs. It's not just Dave Miscavige. You know, it's not just me. It's you. It's everyone out there kind of rereading KSW and looking at what needs to be done and saying, okay, am I going to do it or am I not going to do it?
Are you going to do it, Tom?
Period.
Come on.
And am I going to look at that guy or am I too afraid?
All right, let's stop it. Let's stop it. So, the fact that Tom Cruise just said there, it's rereading KSW and it's deciding, am I going to do it or am I not going to do it? Well, thanks, Tom. After this video was published, literally every single Scientologist in the entire world had to reread KSW multiple times and get checked out on it. And getting checked out on it is when two Scientologists partner up and they basically ask you a whole bunch of questions about what you just read to verify that you really, really got it. And first it starts out by asking you the definitions of words. So literally I'm talking about saying things like, what is the definition of the word as? And if you don't give me the right definition of the word as, without hesitating too long, you get a flunk, and you have to go back. Well, first of all, you have to go look up all the definitions of the word as. And then you have to go reread the entire policy letter, which KSW is a long policy letter, not short. And then you have to get checked out on it again. And Miscavige basically decided that Tom Cruise literally was the most dedicated Scientologist in the entire world. And he put out this video so all Scientologists could see that Tom Cruise's dedication came from truly understanding the KSW policy letter. And in order to be more like Tom Cruise, you just had to understand KSW as well as Tom Cruise understands KSW. So anyway, everyone had to go, literally, Sea Org members, staff members, public Scientologists, basically got a lecture from Tom Cruise about how they all weren't quite doing enough. And yeah, this is how Tom Cruise officially became the poster boy for all of Scientology. This was like his debutante ball. And this is him receiving this medal. This video is him receiving the IAS Freedom Medal of Valor. He's the only person to ever receive that particular award. But this was like officially his introduction to all Scientologists as the new it man. Now, I know it might sound weird to say it's his introduction because he'd been in Scientology for well over 20 years at this point. But never very publicly. Like, Tom Cruise never addressed the body of Scientologists before. This was the first time Tom was actually addressing all Scientologists from the stage of an international event. And this video was played, and then Tom came out on stage and he addressed all the Scientologists and da-da-da-da-da. So, all right, let's keep going.
And am I going to look at that guy, or am I too afraid because I have my own out ethics to put in someone else's ethics? And that's all it comes down to. Because I won't hesitate to put ethics in on someone else.
Won't hesitate.
Because I put it ruthlessly in on myself.
I don't want to know what that looks like.
And I think that I respect that in others. And, you know, I'm there to help, and we're here to help. And my opinion is that, look, you're either on board or you're not on board. Okay? Just, if you're on board, you're on board, just like the rest of us.
This guy's an idiot. If you're on board, you're on board. If you're not on board, you're not on board. But if you're on board, be on board. And if you're not on board, get off board. This is the best they could come up with. All right, let's keep going.
We are the authorities on getting people off drugs.
We are?
The authorities.
Are you sure?
The authorities on improving conditions.
Authorities on improving conditions.
Criminon. We can rehabilitate criminals.
Rehabilitate.
Way to happiness. We can bring peace and unite cultures. That
What else?
once you know these tools and you know that they work, it's not good enough that I'm just doing okay.
No?
Traveling the world and meeting the people that I've met.
This is rough.
You know,
This is
talking with these leaders in various fields.
All these leaders, okay.
They want help.
They do, from Tom Cruise.
And they are depending on people
They are.
who know and who can be effective and do it. And that's us.
That's us. I mean, can you imagine Tom Cruise meeting the president of France, and the president of France says to him, Tom, I hear you're a Scientologist. I hear you've got solutions. I'm looking to you, Tom, for help. It's so absurd. It's so absurd. I mean, I'm embarrassed I ever thought this video was amazing. All right, let's keep going.
That's us. That is our responsibility
Our
to
responsibility.
do that. It is the time now. Now is the time. Okay?
Oh,
It is being a Scientologist, people are turning to you. So you better know it. You better know it. And if you don't, you know, go and learn it. You know?
Why would they be
don't
turning to
pretend
you?
you know it and or for, you know, whatever. It's like
Oh my God, guys, this guy's a fucking idiot. They're turning to you. So, you better know it. And if you don't know it, go find out. But don't say you know it and not know it. This is what Tom Cruise has become. You know, we hear great things from the people who work with him. We hear that his work ethic is bar none. We hear about what a great guy he is. But Scientology has turned this guy's brain to mush. Look at interviews from him early on in his career. He's humble, he's quiet, he's self-deprecating, he's thoughtful. And then you look at his interviews now. He's manic, his thoughts are disjointed, he doesn't seem to finish sentences. He kind of talks in circles sometimes. Like, I don't know what it is, man. Again, it's this weird transformation that we've seen in Tom Cruise, where he's become this manic version of himself and this really poorly spoken version of himself. That's not something I'm used to seeing happen to people as they move through Scientology. Usually people move through Scientology, they sort of kind of adopt a similar persona. In some respects, everyone's trying to be like L. Ron Hubbard, but in other respects, everyone's trying to be like David Miscavige. I mean, most people today have no concept of who or what L. Ron Hubbard really was. I mean, he died in '86. Most Scientologists today don't really have L. Ron Hubbard to act like, but they do have David Miscavige. And I do actually genuinely think that some of the personality traits we're seeing in Tom Cruise is more a reflection of him becoming more and more and more like David Miscavige. And when I say I haven't seen that happen in other Scientologists, no other Scientologists are as close to David Miscavige as Tom Cruise is. No other Scientologists, and hardly any other Sea Org members, especially any of the Sea Org members that I would have known, had any remote, actual, real relationship with David Miscavige. And yet Tom is David Miscavige's best friend. Did you guys know David Miscavige was the best man at not only Katie Holmes' Tom's marriage to Katie Holmes, but also to Nicole Kidman. I think this weird transformation we've seen in Tom is Tom becoming more and more like David Miscavige. So, all right, let's keep going.
Never. It's like we're here to help. I mean, if you're a Scientologist, you see life, you see things the way they are.
You do? How are they?
In all its glory, you know? All of its complexity.
I thought it was supposed to be simple, not complex.
And the more you know as a Scientologist, you don't become overwhelmed by it.
Oh, this is the worst.
And,
go ahead, Tom. What are you thinking? Tell us.
They said, so, like, have you met an SP?
Well, did you, Tom? Have you met an SP?
I looked at them.
I can't believe
you know,
they left this.
And I thought, oh, what a beautiful thing, because maybe one day it'll be like that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe one
all
day.
exterminated, Tom?
Yeah. Wow, SPs, like, they'll just read about those like history books, you know?
Will they? All right, I got a comment on the SP thing. As you're studying Scientology and you learn about SPs, suppressive persons, and the corresponding label, which is PTS, potential trouble source. Someone who's PTS is someone that's connected to an SP. There's many other ways in Scientology you can be PTS, but, you know, maybe that's part of the complexity Tom is talking about. When L. Ron Hubbard talks about who the SPs in history are, he really does talk about the Hitlers. He mentions Dillinger. He mentions Stalin. And when Scientologists are talking about SPs, they do try to get people to understand that they're talking about truly evil people, like Hitler or Stalin or Mao, or was Dillinger a bank robber? I don't even remember. But there's sort of a big catch in everything Hubbard says about what a suppressive person is. He gives you big examples like Hitler, Stalin, Mao, and in the fine print, it's basically like, and also anybody who doesn't really follow our rules. So I can imagine someone having a superficial understanding of what suppressive person means and actually asking Tom, so, I mean, have you ever met someone that you thought was like a Hitler? And Tom's like, oh, you silly peasant! Maybe one day there will be no SPs. These are such weird things for them to have left in this video. Like, they make him look silly. I wonder what Tom thought about this video. All right, let's keep going.
And it's not how to run from an SP. It's PTSSP, how to shatter suppression, confront shatter suppression. You apply it, it's like, boom. Because they don't come up to me and do that. They won't do it to me.
They don't, Tom?
Not to my
Never?
face. You know?
Are you
or
sure?
Anywhere in my vicinity.
No?
Where they feel they can be
Really?
confronted, you know? It's not doing.
Those big bad SPs won't do or say anything to Tom in front of him or in his vicinity where they know they will be confronted. I can think of a couple exceptions. How about this one?
Yes. No, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
And how about this one?
Would you also agree, though, Tom, that there's a perception out there, cult-like secrecy, controlling, and you almost have to defend it?
Ignorance breeds bigotry.
Do you feel discriminated against when people say this is what Scientology is, that you're a bunch of a lunatic fringe or whatever?
Peter?
Tom?
No one's ever said that to me.
But no, I mean that perception out there.
I guess those SPs didn't get the memo not to do anything in the vicinity of Tom Cruise where they can be confronted. All right, let's keep going.
Look, I wish the world was a different place. I'd like to go on vacation and go.
Does Tom not go on
romp and
vacation?
play and just
He likes to romp.
do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, Tom.
I mean, that's what I want it to be. Okay? That's how I would, you know, there's times I'd like to do that, but
You would. Okay.
I can't
Spit it out. Tom.
because I know.
You know what?
I know. So
You know what? Okay, I gotta pause it. I have never met a Scientologist, known a Scientologist who says things like, the weight, the burden of humanity is on my shoulders because I know the truth of Scientology. I can't let one day go by where I don't get as many people into Scientology as I possibly could. I want to romp. I'd like to romp and vacation, but I can't. I wish the world were that way. Like, this is some batshit crazy stuff even for a Scientologist. All right, here we go.
You know, but you know, you have to do something. It's not.
It's important.
You know, you can sit here and wish it was different, and then you look at it and you go, okay, this is it. Okay, and there's that moment where you go,
What a weirdo.
you know, I have to do something, don't I? Yeah, I really have to do it because I can't do it myself if I don't. And that really is it. I don't care if someone thinks it's hard or easy. You're either helping and contributing everything you can, or you're not.
Do you think Tom contributes everything he can?
Because I'm carrying my load. And only that,
Carrying something.
as much as I'm carrying, I still feel like I gotta do more. All right? There's still a thing of, let's go. You can just see the look in their eyes. You know the ones that are doing, you know, and you know the spectators who are the ones that are going.
Oh,
well,
spectators
it's
is
easy for you,
actually
or what am I
dirty
doing?
word
It's
in
just
Scientology.
that thing is. I've canceled that in my area.
No spectators.
It's like, man, you're either in or you're out. That's spectatorism, and it's something that is we have no time for it now. So it's our responsibility to
Okay, no spectators. guys.
educate, create the new reality. You know, we have that responsibility to say, hey, this is the way it should be done. Because we do it this way, people actually get it better. And let's get it done.
He speaks in such generalities that no one really knows what the hell he's talking about. Like, even a Scientologist can probably come up with an idea of what they think he's talking about. But, like, create the new reality. All right, so what? The new reality where everyone's a Scientologist? Sure, that kind of matches up with the aims of Scientology. The aims of Scientology are like a world without criminality, without insanity, without war, where the able can prosper and honest beings have rights. I think I might have forgotten something. But, like, what the hell does that have to do with Tom Cruise? Like, there's one thing here that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, Scientologists are usually preoccupied with doing Scientology. That means getting up Scientology's bridge to total freedom, is what they call it. And there's courses to do to learn how to be an auditor. And then there's the other side of it, which is getting all of the auditing that there is to do in Scientology. And that is what is meant by doing Scientology. That is what is meant by going up the bridge. Scientology organizations have a responsibility to introduce new people into Scientology. There are smaller versions of orgs called missions that have a responsibility to bring people into Scientology. And yes, every Scientologist is told that, you know, they're basically being counted on to introduce people into Scientology. But it's not like it's something Scientologists are overly preoccupied with. I mean, there are some people that are full-time, their full-time job is to introduce people to Scientology, and they actually make good money doing it. Those people are called field staff members, or FSMs. And those guys, their business, their living, the way they make money is to bring people into Scientology. Your average public Scientologist is not overly preoccupied with doing that. It's why it doesn't really make sense to hear Tom Cruise go on and on and on and on. You're either on board or you're not. You're either in the game or you're either on the field or you're out of the stadium. There's no spectators. But you know what? Scientology is supposed to allow for people to just do Scientology. You don't have to be a staff member. You don't have to be a SEERG member. You don't have to be a professional FSM. It is okay to be a Scientologist and just pay your money and do Scientology. I guess the new reality David Miscavige is going for is, no, that's not okay. That's not acceptable. You're not allowed to just be a Scientologist. You have to be like Tom Cruise. You have to be putting it all out there, putting it all on the line, putting your reputation at stake to introduce Scientology to as much people as possible. And that's not how most Scientologists act or behave or anything, even in the post-Tom Cruise Scientology era that we're in now. But I think that's the version of Scientology David Miscavige would like to exist. And that's probably an overreaction to the fact that no one's fucking getting into Scientology. No one joins Scientology these days. The people that join Scientology mostly come in through the WISE business consulting route. And you can just Google WISE. WISE stands for World Institute of Scientology Enterprises. There's tons of business consulting firms that specialize in dentists and chiropractors and physical therapists and financial planners and veterinarians. Basically medical professionals who are in private practice for themselves and just professionals in general who are in practice for themselves but don't have some sort of business degree. They're particularly susceptible to becoming clients of these business consulting firms, and these firms exist to get people into Scientology. That's where most people who get into Scientology come from. Other than that, nobody's joining Scientology. So Miscavige overreacts by wanting everybody in Scientology to be professional FSMs. And he dangles Tom Cruise out there being like, look, Tom's doing it. If he's doing it and you're not doing it, then fuck you. You're a piece of shit. Be like Tom Cruise. That's essentially what Scientology has become, is Miscavige telling everybody to be like Tom Cruise. All right, let's keep going.
Let's really get it done and have enough love, compassion, and toughness that you're going to do it. Do it
Catchy theme song,
right.
not gonna lie.
And I have to tell you something. I really, it is.
Tell me, Tom.
You know, it's
Yes,
rough
Tom.
and tumble.
Oh, rough and tumble.
And it's wild and woolly. And it's
Wild
a
and
blast.
woolly. Jesus.
It's a blast. It really is fun.
Fun.
Because damn it, there's nothing better than to going out there and fighting a fight, and suddenly you see
Fighting
things are
the
better.
fight. What?
I want to know that I've done everything I could every day.
Matt Lauer.
And I think about those people out there who are depending on us.
Who's depending on you, Tom? Brooke Shields ain't depending on you. Katie Holmes ain't depending on you.
And it does make me feel, we got more work.
Spit it out,
More
Tom.
help.
Jesus.
Get those spectators either in the playing field or out of the arena. That's how I feel about it.
Chuckles.
I do what I can, and I do it the way I do everything.
Which is from 5 feet off the floor.
There's nothing hard to
Actually,
wait.
it sounds like 5 feet away.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's funny, Tom. Yeah. Tom Cruise on Tom Cruise.
A Scientologist can be defined by a single question.
What's the question?
Would you want others to achieve the knowledge you now have?
Of course.
In answering that question, Tom Cruise has introduced LOH technology to over 1 billion people of Earth. And that's only the first wave he's unleashed, which is why the story of Tom Cruise, Scientologist, has only just begun.
Okay, only just begun. You know, it's interesting. All right, let's end. So, the story of Tom Cruise Scientologist has only just begun. You know, it's funny. We don't hear Tom Cruise talking about Scientology that much anymore. I think the blowback for him professionally was too great for him to keep doing it. And, I mean, do his movies still make money? Sure. Is he still one of the top movie stars in Hollywood? Sure. But is he the #1 star in Hollywood? No. And he was for at least 10 years. And I believe The Rock has surpassed him. I think perhaps Will Smith has surpassed him. And, you know, I'm not knocking him professionally. As an actor, as a businessman, as a producer, the guy's still monstrously successful. But you'll notice he sure isn't talking about Scientology that much anymore, is he? And the silliness of them saying Tom Cruise has introduced Scientology technology to over 1 billion people. Then I guess Scientology isn't very sticky, because there are at most 35,000 Scientologists in the entire world. I have a video on this channel. The title is something like Proof of Less Than 35,000 Scientologists in the World. And I actually show my work, showing clearly by continent, by organizational type within Scientology, how it is absolutely impossible for there to be any more than 35,000 Scientologists in the entire world. Well, Tom Cruise has personally introduced over 1 billion people to Scientology. So the retention rate of Scientology leaves a little something to be desired. All right, well, that's all I have on this for now. I hope I can edit this together in a way that actually makes some sense. So for all of you who've made it to the end of this video, I actually want to take the opportunity to call your attention to the last video that I uploaded. It's on a sensitive subject, so I won't say the title, but I'll show an image of it right here. And, you know, I'm calling attention to it because videos on sensitive subjects like that tend to get suppressed by YouTube. And that particular video, even though it's one of the more important videos I've ever put on this channel, got significantly less views than my videos normally have been getting. So I'm assuming that due to the sensitive nature of the video, it didn't get pushed out and recommended like YouTube has been recommending the other videos. And yet I do want that particular message to get out to as many people as possible. Not just in Clearwater, Florida, not just in cities where there are churches of Scientology, but to as many people as possible, particularly people connected to legislators, as many legislators as possible, people connected to law enforcement, people connected to the FBI. It's actually a very important subject, obviously. And anything you can do to help me get the message in that video out to as many people as possible is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, guys. That's all I got for now. Talk to you again soon. Bye.
Okay, if you want to see my rock and roll songs, just right on this button. And if you want to see a different one of my videos, then you could click right inside here. If you have subscribed or not, subscribe right here. Bye.
Earth, dropped them in volcanoes, blew them up with hydrogen bombs, and then captured them with like spirit magnets. I'm making up words because okay.
Yeah.
And these disembodied spirits of these people that got blown up have just been blown in the wind here on Earth, and they attach themselves to things, and they can be in the environment, and they stick to bodies and everything. And so, and they all have reactive minds. So at Scientology's upper levels, if you get sick or you have cancer or there's something wrong with you, Scientology will say, that's one of your body things. You need to get some auditing to fix the body thing.
So this story, you do it with a kind of bit of a chuckle, but when done seriously, so it's just told in a serious way, or written down.
It's written down.
And you read it.
By most accounts, Scientologists struggle when they read this for the first time because this is not consistent with what Scientologists are hoping for is on the OT levels. They're hoping for some real life-changing magic. The way these things are described and sold, they're hoping that these OT levels are going to make them, give them the ability to go like completely independent of their body at will.
Yeah.
Exteriorize from your body, go back into your body. You know, like have some real spirit powers.
So first it's kind of a shock. But then you still probably believe, you hope.
Yeah.
And you might turn into on yourself, self-critical, that I'm just not strong enough yet.
Yeah, because also part of Scientology, remember, it works 100% of the time when used 100% correctly. And if it doesn't, it could be because something's not being done right, but it also could be because you're doing bad things that you're not telling people about. Like if you're committing present time overt crimes, sins, Scientologists would be like, that's part of the reason auditing isn't working on you, is because you're committing criminal behavior that you're not being honest about. So every Scientologist is sort of incentivized to make auditing work on them. Okay. Now, Lex, this is where it gets a little crazy. On OT3, you learn about the body things for the first time. When you finish OT3, you attest to having achieved the state of having no more body things. And then you start OT4, and he's like, psych, you got more. You got more BTs, except those other BTs, they had drug problems, and that's why you couldn't find them the first time. So we're going to do something a little different here, do something a little different there. Got to get rid of these BTs that were addicted to drugs, okay? Then you finish OT4, and you're thinking, man, I hope we get to the good stuff soon. And then you get to OT5, and he's like, psych, you got more BTs. You couldn't find these BTs because they were all bunched up together in clusters. And first you have to break up the clusters, and then you can get rid of the BTs. And you're like, okay, got to do that.
And this was all L. Ron Hubbard approved.
Yeah, this is from L. Ron Hubbard. And then after you finish OT5, you get rid of all the BT clusters. OT6 is just a training course to teach you how to audit OT7. Well, OT7 is now more BTs, except it's in the environment stuff. You're trying to locate BTs. You can find them on your body, but it's just more BTs. Okay, and then OT8 is, remember we talked about in all these auditing sessions throughout the entire Scientology bridge, you have people who've run hundreds or thousands of past life whole track incidents. These memories have become part of their self-identity of who they even think they are. Yeah. OT8, you go through all these past life recalls, and essentially, I'm oversimplifying this a little bit, he goes, psych! All those past life memories weren't yours. They were your BTs. And he goes, now that you've discovered this, now you know who you are not, and you are ready to find out who you really are. Well, now you're supposed to find out who you really are on OT9 and 10. Those don't exist.
Do we know they don't exist?
Yes. In fact, the whole story of how that became known is part of how David Miscavige was able to get rid of Pat Broker and take over power, because it was believed that Pat Broker was in possession of the upper unreleased OT levels. And when Miscavige determined that he was not, and there weren't in fact any levels, that was bad. That was a bad day to be David Miscavige, because he now knew he had something on his hands he could not get himself out of. He's like, oh.
So there's no gap for faith to seep in, that there is a level 9 and 10 and 11 and 12.
Oh, the faith is there. Scientologists believe that these things do exist.
Yeah.
L. Ron Hubbard didn't leave anything behind.
Does David Miscavige believe they exist?
Oh no, he knows they don't exist.
No,
Meaning, when I say exist, I don't mean do advanced levels of spiritual awareness exist. When I said exist, I mean, did L. Ron Hubbard write down what anyone is supposed to do?
Yeah.
That's called OT9. That doesn't exist.
So you're saying David Miscavige believes that they can be written down, so they exist sort of in the Platonic sense, and L. Ron Hubbard is the only one that can write it down?
Yes.
So his faith is really deep.
Oh, you mean his faith that only L. Ron Hubbard could have ever been the one to do it?
The full, the full principles, beliefs of Scientology, he is... Are you sure he believes?
That what exactly?
Everything about Scientology, that is true.
To the best of my ability to know that, I believe it to be true. Like, I'll give you small, even stupid examples. Like, Mike Rinders told a story where at the international base, Miscavige actually had like a copper contraption built into the ground, like grounded into the ground to come out, where you could hold it. And here's something he sort of came up with to your BT. It could ground your BTs. Could get your BTs that if you were feeling overstimulated or something. I'm probably slightly bastardizing this story, but he came up with this as a great idea, something to help someone destimulate if their BTs were getting a little too overactive use. Now, so that's a stupid story. That's sort of like, well, it shows you he believes in the concept of BTs if he's creating little rods to get rid of them, to ground them into the earth.
Well, he could be conjuring up the stories because he understands the power of myth and narrative and so on to inspire.
Sure.
But also if we look at history, both with this is the interesting thing, because I've been reading a lot about Hitler and Stalin, and it seems like both of them in different ways believed in the stories they were telling. Even when the stories, this is the fascinating, especially with Hitler and propaganda, where they were literally conjured up at first. But then you start to believe your own propaganda. With Stalin, I think what he always believed is the bigger ideal of pure communism, and anything justifies the journey to communism, because it will ultimately be good for humanity to achieve the state of pure communism. And then he's a godlike figure that can bring humanity there. But like with Hitler, it's interesting because like there's constant propaganda that he knows is not true. A little bit. There's got to be doubt, but then all doubt is removed very quickly.
Yeah.
So I guess humans are just, this is how they operate.
Yeah. The conversation about David Miscavige gets really interesting because I could give you if I wanted to make the argument that he didn't believe, I could give you a dozen examples to make that argument.
Yeah.
I just happen to think that he believes in a different way. Yeah. Whereas your average Scientologist believes that L. Ron Hubbard was practically infallible, that he thought of everything in advance, he took care of everything before he left. And Miscavige still believes in like the main structure of this thing, but he's like, oh shit, it's falling to me to figure out how to actually make this thing happen. I think Miscavige sees himself as someone who has, to a certain degree, had to go back and fix L. Ron Hubbard's mistakes.
Do you think he sees himself as doing good for the world?
I do.
What about for the people of Scientology?
I think in his own way he does. I don't think he wakes up thinking he's screwing Scientologists. I think he sees everyone else as screwing him. I think he sees that it is his job to expand Scientology throughout the world and accomplish the aims of Scientology, and he sees that it's not happening, and he thinks if everyone else would just stop, if everyone else would get out of his way and stop creating problems for him, it would happen. Like, I do think he sees himself as someone who is doing good. I think that's fair to say. I think the evidence shows that.
What about the effects of clearly power and influence that he's had and money?
Yeah, without question, that has served as a corrupting force.
It has.
Without question.
Have you seen sort of evidence of that he's changed over time?
After the 1993 IRS exemption, that Scientology won back, and this information comes from Mike Rinder, that's when David Miscavige, as soon as the checks on his power were removed, Miscavige's behavior changed markedly.
Can you tell the story of Shelley Miscavige and the mystery surrounding her? I saw that there is quite a bit of mystery.
Yeah. So Shelley Miscavige, for many years, held the job of her post in the Sea organization was David Miscavige's assistant. That was her post. It's important to truly understand that and what that means, because the fact that she was Miscavige's wife is meaningless. And this is something that's hard for regular people in the regular world to truly grasp how meaningless it is in Scientology. For Sea Org members who are spouses, it means nothing.
Your role matters more within Sea Org.
Your role is the only thing that matters. So let's say if Shelley was married to Dave, but she worked in a different organization. She would never be seen with him, ever, publicly ever. Wouldn't travel with him, wouldn't go to events with him, nothing. Sometime around 2006, 2007, and I'm very oversimplifying this, okay? Shelley basically pissed off Dave to the point where he's like, okay, I'm done with you. I'm going to take you off of your post. Okay. At that point, she was reassigned to another confidential Scientology base up in Twin Peaks, California. The reason I'm providing this type of detail is because we hear that Shelley's missing. Yeah. Okay. Well, you realize the same people who report that Shelley's missing are also the same people who will tell you exactly where she is. Okay. She works at this secretive CST, Church of Spiritual Technology base out in Twin Peaks, California. I have personal confirmation that she was seen and spoken with by someone who knew her well in, I'll say, 2019. Shelley Miscavige is missing in the sense that she hasn't been seen with David Miscavige since about 2006. But because she's no longer his assistant, you would never see her with him.
As opposed to like the mystery of a person that might be murdered, this is more of reallocation within the organization.
Certain people who cover Scientology, who have published stories where Shelley Miscavige's family member told a story to another family member, who told the story to a friend, who told the story to a former Scientologist, who told the story to a journalist, who published the story, has created the impression that some of Shelley Miscavige's family members are actually talking to the press, when in fact that has never occurred. And so the very people who are publishing about Shelley Miscavige missing have contributed to the fact that Shelley Miscavige does no longer speak to those family members because she thinks they're talking to the press when they never have. It's pretty messed up.
It's sad that because those family members, what would be a way for her to recover, to flourish as a human being, to escape.
Yeah. So I believe the information that I have, that I verified, I'm putting out I'm the one representing it's true without revealing my sources.
Sure.
That Shelley was still actively in touch regularly with family members outside of the Sea organization until about 2014. So, I mean, regularly. Okay. So there's no question about her safety during that period. And then someone else who knew Shelley very well did see her and actually have a conversation with her in a public place in 2019 or 2020. Now, somebody could still come along and be like, how do we know she's okay? It's been 3 years. Yeah, okay, you could say that about anybody. You know, there's the nature of working in the highest levels of Scientology management at these super secretive bases. It's a very weird and unique situation.
Yeah.
It has isolation baked in.
How's secrecy enforced? Why is everybody holding on to their stories so hard, so intensely? People that are within the organization, like it's hard to leak information.
Oh, they wouldn't want to leak. They're true believers. They see like there's sort of a conspiracy theory that runs right through all of Scientology, which is that Scientology represents like an existential threat to the powers that really control this planet.
Do they have a face to the powers that really control? Do they have names to it? Like who's controlling?
It's Xenu's homies.
Well, I'm sure that's not what they say. Xeno embodied in...
It's actually sort of a multifaceted conspiracy in that on the one hand, L. Ron Hubbard points his fingers at like the international bankers.
Okay.
Which has shades of
Oh, so-
anti-Semitism to
Yeah.
it.
And then their IRS is going to be quickly baked in, or no?
The IRS now, the IRS is so low on the totem pole.
Oh.
As far as the international bankers, he would say runs everything.
Got it.
But use that these bankers also use big pharma and big psych to control the population. And Scientology is famously against pharma and psych. And so this is sort of how L. Ron Hubbard characterizes like this big war between Scientology that's trying to set everyone free and big pharma and big psych that's trying to enslave everyone on the planet.
Yeah. Controlling their mind, controlling their body through chemicals,
And who controls the press? Big pharma and big psych.
so there's a lot of correlation to other kinds of conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating.
But you asked the question, why would all these people hold on to their stories? They would never want to leak. Like, by even anyone who would want to leak would not even want to be a Scientologist anymore. Like, if you truly believe in Scientology and you got your shoulder to the wheel and you're a Sea Org member, you think Scientology is literally the only thing that can save every being on this planet from a fate of eternal amnesia and slavery. Yeah. Right? And so it's like, you've seen The Matrix, right? So you've got everyone, once you're unplugged from the Matrix and you realize, yeah, you could get plugged back in and live your nice life, but you're a slave. That's how Scientologists see this planet. They refer to Earth as a prison planet.
Just on an individual level, how is it possible to reach a person like that? Is there something you could say to that? Like, what's the journey of reaching a person like that?
I personally, because when I was in those shoes, I say there's nothing anybody could have said to me to get me to change how I felt and thought about Scientology. It's almost foolproof that the more evidence you try to present that there's something wrong with what Scientology is doing, the more you're just working for the psychs. It's very, very difficult. Most people who leave Scientology leave because they have had some personal experience that was just such a grave injustice that it just pushed them beyond the point of what they were willing to experience. Very rare. I'm not sure I've really ever heard a story of someone going, yeah, I just woke up, I just gradually realized it was all BS and drifted away. It's usually like, no, I really believed, and they treated me so horribly. I almost had no choice but to leave. And then the stories get pretty crazy.
Meaning you don't care what's true anymore. You just have to leave.
Yeah.
With the unpleasant feeling, the suffering here.
Yeah. And this sort of goes back to the conversation we're having about, like, well, does Miscavige really believe? And I said I could make an argument for the fact that he doesn't, right? Because I go, it wouldn't be that hard to change the way Scientology treats people just a little bit, and you'd probably stop losing anyone, because Scientologists already believe to such a strong degree, you have to be pretty freaking horrible to people to make them leave. And that's where you go, well, does Miscavige even want Scientology to expand? Because if he was really being clever about it, it seems like he could at least stop the bleeding, and yet he doesn't. So that's where you make the argument, well, if he doesn't, then he must not want to.
So his mind is corrupted to the point where he's not able to actually be a good businessman, essentially.
It seems that way. The numbers of Scientologists have been going down and down and down since the early 90s.
Is there a good, it's very difficult to get to this number, but is there a good estimate of what the current number of Scientologists or practicing Scientologists is?
Oh, yeah. I did a video about this. It's actually quite easy to get to the number. It's not more than 35,000 in the entire world. And that's being very generous and charitable. I was intentionally generous. I broke it all down in a spreadsheet and everything.
What can you give like some insights of how you get that info?
Sure. There's about 175 to 200 Scientology organizations in the world. Anybody who's ever worked at these organizations know there's not more than 35 to 50 staff members per org. There's not more than 1 to 200 public Scientologists per org. I broke down the number of Sea Org members who'd be working at every continental management unit, middle management, international management. I broke down the mission network, and I was generous. My numbers were like, if L. Ron Hubbard came back and they were doing an event, L. Ron Hubbard was coming back and announcing OT 9 and 10, how many Scientologists could we scrape together in every city to come to this event? It wasn't more than 35,000. Now, contrast that to what Scientology says. millions, 10 million people.
Is this less people than there used to be?
Yeah. At its peak, it was about 100,000 active members.
But never the millions.
Never. No.
Has David Miscavige used violence? Has there, in your understanding of it, in your estimation, sort of harassment, assault, and actual, I don't know how to define assault, but violence?
Oh, yeah. Dozens of former Sea Org members from the international base have told stories of being assaulted by Miscavige. In fact, Mike Rinder is probably the one person who's been assaulted by Miscavige more than anyone else. He's personally probably been assaulted dozens of times.
Who is Mike Rinder?
So
the
Mike
man
used to be
here,
one of the highest ranking executives in Scientology.
the author
There you go, A Billion Years.
of A Billion Years.
It really is a fantastic book because Lex, the guy was born and raised in Scientology and worked personally with L. Ron Hubbard and worked personally with David Miscavige for decades. Like, doesn't get much more insider than that.
A candid and deeply felt memoir of a life lost to false belief and courageously regained. Lawrence Wright. A Billion Years, My Escape from a Life in the Highest Ranks of Scientology. Mike Rinder.
It's a fantastic book. He also narrates his own audiobook, too. I know you like the audiobooks. That's how I listen to them.
Yeah.
So Mike, famously, I just said a moment ago, like someone who's treated so horribly, even though he still believed in Scientology, that he had no choice but to leave. And he tells the story in that book, and he still believed in Scientology for years after he escaped. For years. Because there's this thing called the independent Scientology movement or the free zone or whatever. There are people who do Scientology outside of the Church of Scientology.
Mm-hmm. There's
just not many of them. But Mike was one of those people who was actually doing Scientology even after he left. Now, he no longer believes in that anymore, and he doesn't do it. But even though he still believed, even though everything he knew was what he was leaving behind, he still had to leave it behind.
And by the way, I'm just open to a random page, and he says, when I signed on for Sea Org in Adelaide in 1973, the recruiter promised I would train as a Scientology executive under the direct tutelage of Hubbard on the Apollo. So this is another thing I should probably ask you about.
We could go for days.
I was also told that after I learned all I needed to learn at the foot of the master, I would return to Australia to help expand Scientology in my home country. What was the thing that really broke him?
The final thing is when he got to a point where he was no longer being forced to lie to protect L. Ron Hubbard. He was now being forced to lie to protect David Miscavige. And specifically, it was about the allegations of having been assaulted by Miscavige. Mike Rinder was at some event. It might have been a grand opening for a building, a Scientology building in London. And I believe it was John Sweeney, at that time a BBC journalist, who, stuck a camera and a microphone in Mike's face. Is it true David Miscavige assaulted you? Is it true? And Mike denied it on camera. And then turned around and to himself is like, this is what my life has been reduced to? Lying to protect David Miscavige? This used to be about L. Ron Hubbard. This used to be about Scientology.
Yeah.
Now it's about protecting this douchebag? And Miscavige had just issued orders that was going to send Mike off to Australia. Miscavige is sadistic. Mm-hmm. That is without question.
Sadistic meaning?
He enjoys inflicting pain upon others. So he very specifically was going to tell Mike, tell Rinder, or tell that cocksucker, we're shipping him off to Australia. He's never going to see his wife and his kids again, essentially. And that's when Mike was like, they were the only reason I hadn't already left. So if I follow the orders, I'm going to lose him. If I leave Scientology, I'm going to lose him. At least if I leave Scientology, I'll be free of something. It's fucking sad.
And he still believed Scientology to some degree after he left it, is what you're saying. Yeah. Has he spoken about what it took to let go of believing in Scientology?
Yeah. He does a very good job talking about all of this in the book. And it took him like 4 or 5 years to get that book done. Like it's a polished version. It's a polished version of the story. And I think Mike's about getting ready to start his own YouTube channel, so that'll be a lot of fun. Actually, Mike comes on my channel all the time.
Yeah, you guys do a thing together, right?
Yeah, we do Three Amigos with me and Mike Rinder and Mark Headley. That's why I gave you Mark's book, because I thought maybe you would know him from our little Three Amigos, our Mondays with Mike and Mark video.
Mark Headley, blown for good, behind the Iron Curtain of Scientology.
So he escaped from the international base on a motorcycle. It's a wild story.
Nice.
I won't even try to do it justice.
Who's a better writer of the two of them?
You're not going to get me there. Like,
Right. I'm trying to be an investigative journalist for once.
Mike and Mark are both on the board of the Aftermath Foundation with me. So
Who's better looking? No.
it's one of my justifications for just putting up content every day is every video is just an excuse to, in some little way, promote the Aftermath Foundation. And I do that again, one, to genuinely help people escape, and two, because I know it drives David Miscavige crazy.
If you look in your own heart, is there anger there?
I don't think it's anger. I don't hate Scientology. I don't hate David Miscavige. I don't even hate my experience in Scientology.
Are you able to accept the good
Yeah,
from your experience?
yeah, absolutely. But it's also the only path that I traveled. So I tend, okay, a little less so these days, but earlier in life, I tended to attribute all positive characteristics in me to Scientology, because in my simplistic way of thinking, I was like, what else could it possibly be attributed to? That's a very black and white way of seeing it.
Well, it's a beautiful way to see life. No matter what happens to you, you attribute, like, you focus on the positive. And,
Yeah,
And you feel like sometimes people have traumatic experiences with parents and so on.
yeah,
And if you focus on the positive, it's a good way to let go
right.
of the trauma associated with it.
True. But like another example would be like, I didn't go to school, Lex. I stopped going to school in the 7th grade. But people go, but you sound so smart. And what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to say, well, it's because of Scientology? Like, how do I answer that question? Like, if it's the only path I traveled, how do I answer that question? I don't necessarily want to give Scientology credit. What the hell am I supposed to point to? You know?
I mean, you said you kind of enjoy, I mean, part of it is you joking and trolling, that you enjoy knowing that your YouTube channel drives David Miscavige crazy. I mean, that means you still, I mean, there is a joy you have.
There is a joy. I'm not going to deny that.
I don't know what to make of that, because I suppose there's an intimacy when you're part of a tribe of that kind.
It's almost like, let me try to frame it. I wasn't trying to get kicked out of Scientology. I was trying to not get kicked out of Scientology. So what happened first, my mom got kicked out for basically talking some smack about David Miscavige. And then they go to me and they go, okay, you've got to disconnect from your mom or you're going to get kicked out. And I lied about that. I was like, okay, I'll disconnect. But I never did. For a couple of years, I lied my ass off about it. Eventually, they were like, this guy's going to keep lying to us, right? And they're like, yeah. Like, all right, you're out. So then they go to my wife. So you got to divorce your husband or you're going to get kicked out. And she goes, no.
It's a hell of a statement from her.
It's going to get harder from here, so I'm not quite sure how to. Okay, so I'll try to do my best.
You don't seem like a man who's afraid of hard things.
Okay. So she's like, no. So then they go to her parents. And they say, you've got to disconnect from your daughter and your 3 granddaughters, or you're going to get kicked out. But they have 3 other kids who are Scientologists, who have spouses who are Scientologists, who have grandkids. So I feel like up until that point, everybody was sort of making a decision for themselves and what would be best for themselves until they get to her parents. And then they're like, which grandkids are we going to lose? Okay? At the part where they were trying to get me to disconnect from my mom, there were hours that I spent talking to them going, you know, guys, there's another way. It doesn't have to go this way. There's another way that ends well for all of us. And that wasn't even considered. And I go, like, they created this monster. And that's a fact. And that's why I take joy in it. When people ask me, is Scientology a destructive cult? I don't even have to get into all the academic discussions of what's a religion and what's a cult and what's the difference. I go, as long as they destroy families like that, they're a cult.
So they cut people off. deliberately, one by one. And it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
And why is it that way?
I mean, it started with L. Ron Hubbard laying out a policy framework, a policy structure that, if interpreted and applied in the worst possible way, with the worst possible judgment, can be abused in that way. I would make the argument that if an anti-broker had taken over, that Scientology policy does have enough little caveats baked into it that even the policies about disconnection could be interpreted and implemented in a non-destructive way. There is room for judgment and discretion. And Miscavige has just created the worst possible version of Scientology, and that's where you sort of get that argument of, does he even want Scientology to succeed? Because he seems to be hell-bent on making sure that he doesn't. And I don't want to see him make it succeed, but it does bring that question up of like, what are his motivations? Can he not see that he's destroying the thing he's supposed to be expanding?
That's also, there's ways to measure cost. And that would probably be the most costly aspect of Scientology, is the suffering associated with the separating of families.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually just makes it very concrete what we value in human life is the connection to our loved ones. Like everything else doesn't matter. Like getting $50 a week, getting money stolen from you, getting the truth stolen from you. None of that compares. You can even frame that as the good. There could be a lot of positives, whatever, in the tribe. But separating families, separating loved ones, that's the destructive thing. So no hate, though.
No, I genuinely don't hate them.
Do you forgive them?
100%. There's no one I look at in Scientology that I go, how dare you? If I was in their shoes, having to, operate under David Miscavige's orders, I would have done the same thing, and I would have loved it. Truthfully. I don't blame any of them. I mean, I take the opposite approach. If they knew what I knew, they'd be doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If they knew what I knew and believed it, they'd be doing what I'm doing. They're not dumb. It's not dumb people in Scientology.
They're ambitious. They're dreamers. They got hope. They're driven. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And it's one of the reasons I like putting up content on my channel so they can see, hey, like if you're a Scientologist, you look at that and you go, he seems like he's doing well. He's happy. He's a positive guy. He's a good communicator. He knows what he's talking about. He's not lying. He's not exaggerating. I don't exaggerate anything on.
My trip, so.
What are you fucking doing in here, Richard? Go watch your videos.
We're having a fucking wild, hardcore classic circle jerk just in time.
Ooh.
Hey, did you see that, hey, Richie, Trip to the Hood? Yeah, Trip to the Hood? That thing I sent you, bro. That fucking little 17-year-old white boy from New York. On Facebook.
He's got his dick hanging out and he's like really weird with it.
You know what I'm talking about? Did you watch it? That's the whole point I said, is you can watch it. It's so fucking ridiculous, bro. Like, it's like a video you would show me. It's some shit you would discover, bro. It's a music video. It's a song. I sent it like 2 days ago on Facebook Messenger. Just watch the music video. It's like not even 2 minutes long. It's like less than 2 minutes. Watch it right now.
Gee whiz. Trip to the hood.
What goes around comes around like an echo sound. Karma's a bitch, I guess you know it now. Said I could never snitch and make 300,000. And I got goons by my side, so come around. And bitch, I'm tough by myself. Yo, you over there, come around. Y'all some internet goons, get up off your couch.
That's mobile.
I took a trip to the hood so I could make it out. Make it out. Just so y'all.
Dude, he's 17.
I didn't.
Is he cute?
It's got like 3.1 million views, I think, already. Dude, the reason why I want you to watch because there's a scene where this kid hits a fucking balloon full of nitrous and just fucking like raises back from the fucking. It's fucking crazy. Hella Oso.
Corey.
He's
Hey,
the only man I ever knew to throw a party like that.
Richie, what do you think about Dan Santoyo? My brother's like Richie's got an opinion about him, or is he, I forget
Wait,
he
what?
said.
I saw him posting crazy shit on Facebook. What's up with that? Is he good or what's going on?
He's a fucking weirdo. Yeah, no, it's
I thought he was living in Colorado.
Nah, he's an Edison.
Didn't he make Odo turn into like a lesbian? Dude, I'm pretty sure like I heard someone fucking told me that.
He always messages me and is like, "Yo, I need this painted. I need this painted." And like, I was like, "All right, I will come over Thursday at this time." Blah blah. So I was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna fucking start heading there until I hear him respond." He fucking messaged back later. "Oh, my bad, I was at work, this and that." He messaged me the other day, did the same exact shit.
no, yeah.
Yeah, every time he fucking messages me, I'm like, he ain't gonna fucking pay what I'm gonna charge. Why is he messaging me? I don't even want the job. I don't want to fucking do a job for him and then expect money out of him. Plus, I'm gonna throw him a high ass price. When I say go fucking get him, have fun.
I just remember you told me that he had a Napoleon complex. I was like, oh, I can see that. Yeah.
What does he have?
He has a rock crawler, right?
Yeah, we saw it because he works for JC Licht, the paint store, as like a maintenance guy, and he does like all their stores and shit. And we saw his truck outside.
No, that was a fucking big like flatbed fucking truck for towing shit.
Yeah, but he's got
Or whatever.
he's got
I could see it.
Sub for the horde. Strength. How you do it, man?
Yo, how come I just went on your little seasonal or your server and I can't use any fucking add-ons? What's going on here? What's going on with that?
we can use add-ons. I'm using add-ons. You have to use an add-on to play hardcore.
I have the add-on, but it's why won't my add-on option pop up in fucking classic?
It's
Yes, I did. Or do I gotta do the old-fashioned way, put it in my folders? One second, one second. Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna come back in like 15 minutes. I was supposed to go, I gotta go check on my kid real quick. I'll be back.
What are you crunching?
chips I bought yesterday. Yeah.
Just a couple. I'm gonna go fatty.
Don't.
I'm gonna stay logged in too, in the middle of the Barrens.
It'd be funny if you got hit by one of these fucking racers in the Shimmering Flats that you like fucking died. That'd be pretty sweet.
No.
No, but it would be cool. I mean, I don't think so, but it would be cool if it did some damage to you. And you're like, fuck, gotta stay away from those guys. I mean, you'd have to be an idiot to get hit by one of those. You're a fucking maniac. Oh, I found all the fucking vultures. Yeah, they're all gathered together around this giant bone. Me and Matt were talking about him yesterday, and I told him that we talked about Dan and that you how you said he had a Napoleon complex and stuff, and I thought that was funny.
What do you need?
I know, you told me. No, he's got to be the fucking the moral right and wrong of fucking life, you know. Okay. He's just the moral. He just thinks he's like the arbiter of right and wrong. It's like, dude, no. I need to read these situations. Try to get fucking litty over here, dude. Damn, this fucking Saltstone Gazers. Oh no, he's not that strong. Mhm. That's delicious. Hmm? It's probably Derek. It's probably Derek. Fucking, what's that guy's name? The guy that played Hyde in that '70s show. John Travolta. Grant Cardone. Is he really? Yeah, they probably fucking got him fucking a kid or something. Somewhat, I think. Right. All right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and for these rich people to fucking get involved in that shit, it's like, oh. Yeah. Almost. Nope. Garbage.
Richie, the customer I'm working at his house yesterday and today. His name is Santino Scarletto. How many meatballs do you think he's fucking cooked in his life? Santino Scarletto. Fuck it. That's fucking Italian as fuck. Hey, where's the meatball?
Dude, today was the first day I seen this guy smile. I thought he was fucking pissed all
Oh,
the
he's
time.
so weird.
It was like, dude, it was like before the end of the day, I thought that we were gonna have a serious problem with this dude because he was just like, we told him he's like, oh, so are you guys gonna finish? What are you guys gonna finish today? Matt's like, oh, we're gonna finish up this foyer, and then we're gonna be coming back Monday to finish up the rest of it. And he doesn't say a fucking word. He makes no facial expressions. And he just kind of like looks around, and I'm like, oh, dude, this guy's fucking pissed.
No, he's like, you guys gonna work Saturday? And I'm like, no, we'll be back Monday to finish it up. And he just doesn't say anything and just like looks around, like, oh, you only have this much left to do. But he's so weird because he doesn't talk, even for like the estimate. Like he was just like, oh, I want this, I want that, and like there was no like side talk or nothing, dude. It's just like, this is what I want. That's it. Thank you. Bye.
And then at the end of the day, he's fucking like, but at the end of the day, he was a completely different person. He started talking, bullshitting, asking us like if we knew some other painting company out of Wooddale because he's related to them. And he's like all smiles, and he looked and acted like a completely different person. It was so strange.
The estimate he was day 1 of the job, day 2 until we were leaving. He's been just like weird short answers. Doesn't say much. That's actually fucking probably true. I could see that now.
Yeah, he probably might have saw us, like he saw me coming. He's like, "Oh, this guy's young too. Fuck." Like, oh, these fucking young kids are gonna try to scam me. Maybe he thought like.
I was pissed because like I hate when this is the first time it actually happened. Like, because I got an ad running on Facebook, 15% off. They fucking hit you with it after I fucking do the estimate. I gotta give it to them. If they want their 15%, if they like, oh yeah, I saw you were 15% off ad, come give me an estimate. I charge 15% more. Seriously, it's just a way to get in the door. And I was like, motherfucker. But actually, I thought this was gonna be like a 4 or 5 day project, and we're gonna do it in 3. So we're actually gonna make out. So it's good. All good. They ain't loyal. Trying.
Dude, this guy's house. This guy's house is a fucking an atrocity. Like all the corners are cracked. So we had to chip off all the corners and then staple all the fucking like shit that was in there into it so that God, it was terrible.
Fuck you mean it was terrible? My hands have fucking wounds on them from doing it. You probably put 10 staples in the wall. I probably put a fucking 100 in the ceiling.
Hey, I put way more than 10. I put at least 20.
My hands just like right above the fucking thumb are all fucking chewed out.
It's not my fault you picked up the staple gun before I did.
I had to get it done right, didn't I?
It's not hard to do.
Oh yeah.
That was fun.
Claudia's parents have a place up in Necedah in Wisconsin. It's right 30 minutes past the Dells. We went ice fishing. I don't know if it was last year. Yeah, maybe last year. We went out there, and we were trying to get it. We were gonna maybe buy a gas auger, this and that. The fucking 3 foot of ice, 3 feet of ice. I fucking drilled that shit by hand. Well, I did 1 hole. I actually thought it was gonna be a lot worse, but I had fresh blades on the auger, so I'm like, all right, I'll do 1 hole. I'm not. Mm-hmm. Dude, that shit was thick. Definitely. Almost.
I'm gonna head to Hillsbrad and do some extra quests that I put off. Probably get. I'm gonna go get that cowl, dude. I'm gonna get the cowl. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah, but I'm fucking super over leveled now. For dangerous? Oh, I already did the one inside that inn or inside that like building. Yeah, all I gotta do is kill Miner Hackett. Oh no,
Your
I wasn't
Vanish
planning
should
on it.
resist? Oh damn, that's fucked up. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I got Blade Flurry now, so I'm pretty happy with that. If I would get into a sticky situation, I could fucking yeah. Got Blade Flurry. Oh yeah, dude, you're gonna pull so much aggro with that. Yeah, honestly, I haven't even used it once yet since I got it, and I already leveled once. Yeah. I haven't had the opportunity to. It's just like oh yeah. God damn it, Spinners just came online when I'm going to Hillsbrad, that fucking son of a bitch. Yeah,
I'm a
he's
level
the guy.
19. You think I could kill level 15 elite?
See, I'm his friend. Yeah, he's in Hillsbrad, that fucker.
I'm doing it. Oh shit. A mob just spawned on me while I was fighting him. I just got out of the area where he was. Yes, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm just shooting my wand at him. Oh, he's running away. Yep, I killed him. That's a
Damn, dude. Holy fuck, I need that. I got one fucking BOE, a fucking garbage crossbow. A fucking blue crossbow. It's like, dude, really? At least put some fucking stats on it so I can go and learn crossbows and just fucking throw it on my character. No stats, nothing. Herbal Druid TTV. Twitch TV, I'm a Twitcher. All lives matter, Richie. All lives matter. You know, you should listen. Did you listen to the Lex Friedman podcast with Tim Urban? You should check it out. It's this guy. He wrote a book, and then they like go over like different parts of the book in the podcast. It's like 5 hours. It's really good though. He talks about like the way like society, like his book is like, he's like, yeah, like the first like 920 pages are all about like hunter gatherers, and then like the agricultural like people of our species, and then he's like, and then like then there's like 40 pages that's like, you know, recent history, and it's just like, what the fuck. But he like goes over a lot of shit about like how like how society works and how different groups and different tribes like interact, like tribes as in like, you know, the left and the right, and they talk about like the woke shit, and how he's like what's happening right now, he's like, that's not supposed to happen. Like they're like, you're not supposed to be able to like fucking like, you're not supposed to be able to like cancel people and like threaten them with their jobs. He's like that's just like in China, like in Maoist China, like where they just like, if you didn't do what they said, they just fucking kill you. He's like, that's like kind of close to what they're doing. Like, oh, you don't agree with what we say, well, we're just gonna get you fired from your job. And he like it's really fucking cool. He's a really smart dude, and the way he goes over everything, it's like, wow, dude, I never thought about any of this that way. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no, I mean, they most of the reasons people get fired is because of public perception, but that's not the root of the problem. Like, yeah. Like, why is she not out in the streets fucking begging for food? Why? Why?
Sug Sug. Go with honor.
Oh yeah, dude. I Reddit, like, it makes me fucking sick now to go through the comments.
Makes me want to puke.
Yeah, they go over that whole like, oh, why do people do this? Why do people take that route? And it's basically like they see you as evil and they're the good people, and so they're getting rid of the evil people. You're excommunicated. Yeah, you should definitely check it out. It's a really good listen. Do it. Do it. Do it. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Who else did I listen to today? I listened to Joe Rogan talk to this fucking guy.
Your blades never dull.
Huh.
What's cooking good looking? Why you get cooking up? The buff.
Go with honor.
Speak, friend.
You need the food, I don't.
Strength.
I'm just saying.
Go forth to victory.
No, yeah, 100%. I don't know if I should be focusing more on int or more spirit, because I mean I'm going shadow. I'm DPS. I want the crits and shit like that, but at the same time, I do want the regen. Increases mana points and chance to score a critical hit with spells. Increase the rate at which weapon skills improve. So it's crit and then I got more mana. Oh shit.
Yeah, you definitely want both.
Yeah, but I'm going shadow. What should I favor? So like when you get like water that drops off animals and stuff, do you like sell it to the vendor or do you use it so you get your stuff back up?
I always sell water, but you might want to keep it because you can use it.
I'm fucking kidding.
You're a fuck.
I'm a priest. I was asking what you did with it. I was fucking with you and you guys it both flew over both your fucking heads. Alright, I gotta go. I'm back in 4 minutes. Be right back, jeez.
Hardcore. Yeah, you never really needed to. Crabs! Alright, Spinners is offline, thank fuck. You're kind of off.
McGraw.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. It's like who really takes the time to just log on World of Warcraft and be like, "Heh, I'm gonna go fuck up people's days." Like,
Go forth to victory.
yeah, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go die to the elevator now. Dude, I am extra careful. I'm extra careful around all fucking mechanisms like that. Hmm. That's pretty sweet. I bet there's an alchemy potion too once you get up high enough to get a slow fall. Of course, what do you mean you wouldn't trust it? It's fucking. Of course it works. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying to fucking use it on purpose. I'm saying when you're in a pinch, fucking. Where the fuck is this? Okay, there he is. Oh, damn it! I just flew to Terran Mill. Fuck. Yeah, yeah. Not really. I know that redheaded fuck.
You're a goofball. Mm-hmm.
You ever watch that black dude? What's his name? Something Hatchet. He's got such a cool name. No, I said his last name was Hatchet. Like his real last name is Hatchet. Like it's kind of cool. Andre Hatchet. Comedy. Huh? Libtard comedy. Dude, I saw some fucking loser. He's like really popular in the UK. It like randomly popped up on my shit. And oh, I was supposed to go to Hillsbrad or Terranmill. And it was just like it was just like a bunch of digs at Ricky Gervais because Ricky Gervais makes a bunch of trans jokes, and it was like so sad to see all these people in a fucking theater like laughing at him taking digs at fucking Ricky just because he makes trans jokes, and it's like, dude, oh, it's so bad. Reading the comments, it's just like, ah, oh, you people. No, in YouTube. It's like, man, you guys. I don't know. They're just. Oh, I took my mom to see him. Like, cause he's like super outlandish, and this guy's like, oh, I took my mom to see him, and she actually she liked him, but she didn't like all the cursing and the. I don't know. He's like super, eccentric, like, but he like puts on a show, and I don't know, man. It was really gay.
Whatever.
Damn, there's actually a lot of quests here still at Terranmill. What the fuck? Infiltration, Regthar Deathgate, the Hammer May Fall. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that where I should go next? Yeah, I gotta go to Stoner to go get my fucking first aid, my next tier. Cause I have a ton of silk cloth, but I haven't been using it because I don't have the next level. Don't want to waste any of it because I'm already maxed out.
I mean, everyone I see looking for people for Wailing Caverns, they're all like 22. I don't want to wait that long. I'm be healing too.
Oh shit, Spinners is here! Oh fuck, he's coming right towards me! Fuck! Fuck, he's coming right towards me! I'm already sprinting away. I'm fucking out of there. I'm
Who
fucking
is this guy?
gone. I am gone. How is he? He's online! He fucking randomly came online! What? No. I was actually pretty... No, I know, but I just don't want to deal with it.
Who is this guy?
Should I message? I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna be like, "Are you lonely?" God damn it! I was supposed to. If he would have fucking. I know, but I just want to finish this fucking thing and get my cowl, dude. I can't do anything without my cowl.
I need my cow.
Yeah, he didn't respond.
That one shots you. That'd actually be fun to do. Yeah.
God, that scared the shit out of me. He had a fucking guard on him too. He fucking gouged him. No, I'm just celebrating that I wiped Stay Safe's group in Nomer, is what he says. Yeah, he fucking makes hardcore characters, and he levels them up. He leveled them up to fucking Nomer. He leveled up that high to do Nomer, and then wipes the group. He probably is a rogue. He probably has another rogue, because I mean, you're not gonna level up that high just to wipe and die. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Like he'll go dark for a couple weeks, and then he'll come back, and you know. Yeah. Yeah, because I know who he's talking about. He's talking about this fucking streamer. I remember he was, when Classic first came out, he was playing a Warlock, and he was like, he has a lot of views, you know, it's his fucking job. And he fucking wiped that guy's whole group. Oh god. I don't know. I mean,
He's
I don't know.
proud.
He's got to have someone to tell, you know. He's lonely. Yeah. dude. Dude, the more you try and describe him, the more I want to know. Like, dude, like I want to be like, dude, if I give you $1,000, can I like come over there with like a fucking a video camera and like, you know, like ask you some questions? Yeah, a mini documentary on a fucking guy that spends most of his time like just making people's lives harder.
Someone's got to do it.
Dude, I bet you if I did do that, like it would get over 1 million views. Like people will be like, "This is fucking crazy." I'd have to really put in a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try to go around the long way. That's what I'm gonna do. My sprint's back up. I'm gonna go around the long way. I wish I didn't use all my swiftness potions that I got from a quest. That would help, but. I use those in a stupid way, but it's whatever. Yeah, I'll be right back.
I'm fucking getting there. Almost. Yeah. 5.5 bars away, and I just need to finish this quest kill like one more of these mobs. I'm gonna go turn it in and then grind till.
I just went AFK and a level 21 fucking spider starts attacking me. Yeah, but I mean, it was level 21, so I'm like. No, I'm full health already. I mean, it just got done attacking me, so.
You don't know what would have happened.
I could have went and made a Oh my god, I have pizza. Holy shit. A fucking frozen one. Dude, hell yeah, dude. Got a fucking frozen supreme pizza with all the fixins on it. It's kind of like that, yeah. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That thing's the shit. That thing is the best.
I bet that thing's still running fucking strong. Dude, right, that thing's still going. I feel like I remember that, like it fell on the
Oh no,
things
I remember exactly what happened and exactly who did it. It was Brooklyn Ben. We were fucking making a pizza. Yeah, fucking Brooklyn Ben. He fucking we made the pizza and it was pretty much done and he's like, "Oh, how does this thing work?" And then he just like shook the thing. He like pulled it in and out really fast and the pizza just slid off the back onto the heating element.
Andrew, when's the last time you cleaned that tray that comes out?
Fucking never. That thing is oh shit, this thing. Oh Jesus Christ.
So bad. A mean Jew.
Dude, I remember we were all walking to Carlos's house. It was like me, you, fucking, I think it was like Jimmy and Adam Yeager. And you guys were like being really mean to Adam, and like he like it was crazy. He was like super self-aware, and like he explained exactly what was going on. He's like, dude, I don't know why you guys are like treating me like this. Adam, dude, look him up on Facebook. You'll remember him. He was. Oh, you guys were being really mean to him, and then, well, not really. I don't know. It was a weird situation, but you guys were being mean to him, and I think someone was fucking beating him up. I don't know. Like someone was like fucking giving him shit, definitely hitting him, and he explained it perfectly, and I'm like, dude, you guys, he's kind of right. Like you guys are definitely treating him like pretty shitty, and you guys, I don't think you said it, but like someone else was like, shut up, Andrew. Like I'm like, dude, you guys, like for real, like what you guys are doing right now isn't cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was a long time ago.
Hippie kid, tall, blonde.
No, he was a fucking. Oh shit! I forgot to do this thing from Dad. No, well, maybe it wasn't you. It was somebody else. You know, we were just there. Fuck. That was probably the day. Huh. If you look him up on Facebook, I think it was spelled. Oh, you did? I think it's like Yaeger. Huh. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta fucking do something for my dad. I forgot to do it yesterday.
No, you're not. You're gonna go cook a pizza. What a pizza head. I'm gonna turn this quest in, and then I just gotta kill some more mobs. It's kind of cool how in the add-on it shows you every level that you hit and how long it took. Pretty sweet. Mm-hmm.
one puts it in my bank account.
If you don't know me,
Then shut your mouth. I took a trip to the hood so I could make it out. Just so y'all can say I got shit handed down. I did it dolly, no one puts it in my bank account.
if you don't know me,
Then shut your mouth. What goes around comes around like an echo sound. Karma's a bitch, I guess you know it now. Said I could never snitch and make 300,000. And I got goons on my side, so come around.
Doubling bitch with a fever. Dead off the money, go pour up a leader. Back on his head, he a Peter. Glock 19 and I'm naming it Tina. 160 on the dash, they checking the meter. You better not miss that switch, leave him with amnesia.
I got a plug from the P, free snow. Damn, the cops got him. Cock one, make the block run, I'm stuck. I got the drop on some funds, man, I'm finna cop some. I'm finna cop that icy piece from Liana.
I gotta keep it thorough, I ain't one of them. Y'all niggas dick rock, go get back for the.
Are you okay? Hell yeah. One bar away till 20, baby. It was sweet because I did the one quest from Camp Tarajo that I got to kill the fucking bristleback things, and then the next quest is to get the blood shards. Well, I already had 1,000,000 blood shards, so I just turned that baby right in too. Wait, with the blood shards? I've seen a bunch of blue quests. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. I got 3 gold right now. I gotta sell all this shit too. Mm-hmm. They're super easy to kill. Oh yeah, that's pretty cheap too. I can just get a bunch of these. I have 10, 20, almost 40 blood shards, and this one costs 4. Do they stack? Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna grind these fucking things. Yeah, you use the blood shard, you give them to him, and he gives you the buffs. Yeah, by the time your buffs wear off, you'll be fucking ready to go. Nice. Half a bar. Going to the order mar. I hope Mindflay is like awesome. I'm about to spec into it. Yeah, I had to have 10 points in Shadow to get it. Yeah. I wonder if I gotta purchase the Mind Flay. If it's a talent. Probably. No, because it's in my talent tree, so I'm just gonna click it and then I probably just have to buy it. Unless it automatically goes into my thing, but anyway, I want to go get my new shit anyways. The new news. I think this is the monster. No, probably won't work. Boom, level 20. What's up? Ooh, I got it. I got it. I got it. It's in my inventory or my thing. Alright, let's test it out.
You know, you ask the most like basic, arrogant, disgusting questions. No, like I just need to let you know, like you're a little.
City.
In 1907, the world's first erotic
That's
phone
good.
was created in Argentina.
Which drains the fuck out of your mana because it's what is it? 75 shadow damage over 3 seconds, slowing their movement speed by 50%. No, I guess it's good because it goes really quick. I like it a lot. Fly to the Orgrimmar.
What do you need?
I gotta fly. Maybe I'll just put my my innkeeper at Camp T. Fuck yeah, with the penis.
Be safe.
Leave me alone. Fucking Danny and Melissa. You heard Melissa? Danny's woman. Tank. That's what like you might have heard her name. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Their friend, which we painted their house, I don't know, a month ago, is a transgender from a woman to a boy, and I guess we painted their house, his now. He's a he now. We painted their house, and when he was gone, he was on vacation in Texas to get his dick implanted. That's what Danny told me. And then when I came to pick up the money when he was back, he had a catheter and he had like a bag hanging from him and everything. I'm like, what the fuck? You like that? But like, if you could have surgery, would you maybe try having a vagina? I'm talking about you. I'll do no sex change. No one ever will. Only they will.
What can I help you with?
They'll never know. My brother's like, if I get like the chance, I want to like ask him questions about like this and that. I'm like, it's probably like how do you get hard? And I'm like, it's probably like a fucking little pump or something. You just pump it up.
Go forth to victory.
You wouldn't be able to stop. Yeah, get offensive. I'll be right back, but Andrew would probably love to talk about this.
What?
Tell him about Alex and his dick installation.
Oh, Alex, yeah, dude. So he fucking.
Richie said he might want to try it out, but with a
got a-
vagina.
He got a wiener. So. Honestly, dude, I was like, I was telling Matt, I was like, dude, if it ever comes up in conversation when I'm over there, like, I'm totally gonna ask him about it, like, be like, dude, so like, like, so what does it look like? Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No. I wonder if what I wonder is if they can get hard. Why not? Oh shit. Shit, like a little they have like a knob that just like fucking A. Then they come. Okay. The thing is, I think he's old enough to make his own decisions. He's like, here's the thing, like he's not one of those young. I don't know. I mean, yeah. No, I haven't. Don't fucking spoil it for me. I'm gonna have him show me. I don't know, but he's got a hot girlfriend. I was like, holy shit. I was like, she's like really hot. Like, how? Yeah, I'm thinking of going trans so I can get a hot girlfriend. barking at people at protests. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, that shit's fucking sick. It's like, if it's a kid, it's completely disgusting. But if it's like a even when they're like 18 to like 20, it's like even then still. Hmm. Easily be what? Oh. Vibe check. Damn. Alright, I'm at minor Hackett now, but I just popped all my cooldowns because fucking Bond Boy fucking had ads. Skill. This fucking guy, like Foreman Bond or whatever. He's a fucking queer. Yeah.
I'm the fucking best. I am. 100%. Dog shit. Dude, Mandalorian, second episode. Fucking dope. I don't blame you because it like the episodes go so quick. I think they're like only like 40 minutes or something. Awesome. Fuck yeah, the art's awesome. Ooh, flash heal. Holy fire, I don't know how I use this.
Oh, Spinnus is in Searing Gorge now. Nice. Alright, Miner Hackett. Fucking spawn, dude. Man, I just talked to Hugh. Oh my god. My fucking tax guy.
Good boy.
From Thailand. He's been in the United States for a while, but his fucking accent is retarded. It's unbelievable. Like, I can never understand what he's saying. It's so hard. I always have to ask him, like, what? What's that? And my dad's been talking to him for so long that my dad knows what he's saying. So my dad's on the call too. My dad's like, he's like, all right, Andrew, can you put a capital T? I'm like, what? A capital T? And my dad's like, no, P. And he's like, P. I'm like, okay, capital P. Yeah, I fucking popped that berserking and I had slice and dice up and it was like boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. I killed like 7 stray dogs with blade flurry. It was crazy. Shit.
Oh shit. Yeah. Got Shadow Guard. You put it on yourself, and it has 3. It has a number 3 on it, so it causes 20 shadow damage to attacker on hit. This damage causes no threat. 3 charges. Pretty much. Man, I'm starting to get a lot of spells. Thanks. I love these levels, like level 20, and I'm sure 40 is dope too, where you just like get a bunch of shit. Like I got Mind Flaying, I got all these upgraded spells. I feel it coming. Right. It's beginning now.
Man, this fucking Undead Warrior's here. He's gonna try to compete with me for Miner Hackett. Get out of here, man.
But also in a way, it's like I got all this stuff. Now I gotta do it. Yeah, I gotta do it right. You're being a worrywart. I'm gonna go eat a Big Mac salad. Oh.
Fucking minor faggot, dude. This guy needs to spawn now so I can get him before this warrior does. Alright, all the miners are spawning again. He only spawns in that one spot, right? Shit.
Hi.
Well, here's the hope he spawns here. They should all start respawning. Should I get pissed drunk and play competitive Overwatch tonight? It's weird. I always do my best when I'm like drunk or when I'm on Adderall. For a minute, I didn't know if you were gonna say it. You guys are getting new pots? Don't tell me you're fucking smoking a jewel, dude. I'm gay? Heh. You're not smoking a jewel, are you? Fucking foreman. You're not smoking. Okay, all right. Now I'm just making sure because I heard pods and I heard 7-Eleven, and I'm like, no, jewels are a fucking ripoff. Wait. Yeah, but Jewel has menthol. I know, that's what I was saying. I thought, yeah, I do like menthol, but I don't know, because I smoke menthol cigarettes. Yeah, menthol vapes are pretty good. Is it fruity tooty? I don't get sick of the flavors. I got, let's see, what do I got? I got a summertime. I used to have a fucking, my favorite one is grape energy. It's like a grape energy drink, and it tastes so good. I love grape. And then I got a fucking, I just bought one today, a strawberry banana. Fuck. I fucking love strawberry banana. It's so good. So yummies. It tastes yummy. Yum yums. This fucking sucks, Minor Hackett. It says he only spawns in one spot. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, I already fucking, mine's already cooking. Mine's almost ready. Fucking cardboard pizza, is that what you're gonna say? Bug pizza? Good. I like bugs. I remember you always used to say that, oh, two-handed sword! Go fuck yourself! Go fuck your mother with this fucking two-handed sword. Fucking bullshit. Like, just give me something. I'm using a fucking 13 DPS dagger. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm waiting for Minor Faggot to fucking spawn. No, I don't. Don't fucking tell me. I don't want to know. In RFK. What's his name? Is he a rare? Is he a rare elite? Scout. Okay. But he's yeah, he's on the north side, right? Okay. It's a okay. Yeah, cause like my main hand hits like 70s consistently. My offhand is fucking hitting like 23. What the hell? No, I'm just gonna pop my macro on. Targets. Minor. Oh, I found him. Where is he? No, I targeted him. Fuck, where is he? Okay, he's not in this room. No. Okay, this way. That's so weird. I'm targeting him. I'm targeting him, but I don't see him. He ain't over here. What the fuck? There he is. Alright, I better kill these fucking mobs. This guy doesn't spawn in the ads. Yeah, Foreman Bond. Okay, time to go find fucking Skull. Set up my macro for that fucker too. It's SKHOWL, right? Should be. He's a level, what, 35? No, I'll kill him for sure. I wonder why they haven't given you the option. Let's see. It's a fucking invite. Oh, you're not even in my guild anymore, are you? Yeah. Valley of Strength. Psh, fucking loser. Should be in Valley of Strength. We gotta be in here. Leave your guild, I'll invite you. Come nah, dude, come play with the fucking big boys. Damn, I might have to leave this guild. I don't know, I didn't look. I'm too busy grinding hard. Alright, I am going to go get my pizza, cut it up, and then I'll be back. Wait, do I get my cowl now? I think I do. Oh, I do. Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna be looking fly. Psh. Cowl is cooler. I got a fucking little bean on my head. Yeah, I'll be back. Oh, hot. Oh, pizza hot. Got the zap, bruh. Yeah, where's Derek? I'm in his Zaza. Zaza. So you told me to follow that road, but I don't think it's there. I don't know. You. I don't. The ogres or those hairy fuckers? Yeah, the Yetis. Is that what you're thinking of? I'm okay. Yeah, but I'm in Alteric Mountains now. Don't get mad. Get mad, dude. I just want to be careful. I just want to be careful. I don't want to. Okay, I see 'em. All right. I see ogres. Ogres take a left, right? Not yet. I mean, I have to stealth. Now I see the Yetis. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so there's a cave. Yeah, I'm not going in the cave. I'm not going in. Mm-hmm. Spooking all these fucking Yetis. Okay, we're on the plateau. We're spamming. We're hoping. Okay, looks like I already passed him up. I don't think he spawned. Because I'm kind of like right there. I'm going to move a little bit further and see, but... Oh, crap.
Sub.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is...
How you doing,
I'm going to log off here.
Be seeing ya.
Out of the way. Out of the way. I'm going to come back in like 30 minutes. See if he's here.
Later.
I'm going to play some Trans Warrior games. Yeah, whatever, dude. I don't care. I'm playing trans games. Psh, I'm leaving too.
Stuff. Yeah. And it's one of the reasons I like putting up content on my channel so they can see, hey, like if you're a Scientologist, you look at that and you go, hey, he seems like he's doing well. He's happy. He's a positive guy. He's a good communicator. He knows what he's talking about. He's not lying. He's not exaggerating. I don't exaggerate anything on my channel. I don't make up anything. And this actually comes from an experience I had from 1998 to 2000. I was living in LA. I sort of had a 2-year period of my life where I actually had almost no contact with Scientology. And during that time, I found my way onto the internet. And there was a website. It might have been ESMB, ex-Scientology message, but whatever it was at that time the main source of critical information about Scientology on the internet. And I looked at it. And remember, I was still a true believer. And I looked at this, and it was so offensive, insulting, hyperbolic, exaggerated. I was like, oh, just a bunch of bullshit. I was in Scientology for 16 more years. If what I had seen on the internet about critical of Scientology, if what I had seen when I had seen it was something that actually resonated with me, that I was like, oh, that I believed was true, that seemed credible, I would have gotten out of Scientology 16 years earlier. So I was like, how can I help create an experience on the internet that if a Scientologist stumbles upon it, it will resonate with them instead of repelling them? And that is exactly what I have set out to do and what I believe I've accomplished.
There's the content, the message, but also just showing that you can be happy outside of Scientology.
Exactly.
You can have a fulfilling life. You can be a good man.
Yeah.
All of that. What benefit do you think Tom Cruise gets from Scientology? So why is he still in Scientology?
He genuinely loves it. And also Miscavige there's one celebrity who does have the most unique experience in Scientology, and that is Tom. Scientology hires all of Tom's staff. There are no, all of Tom's staff are subject to interrogations by Scientology, not only in the hiring process, but during the employment. Like David Miscavige and Scientology runs Tom Cruise's life and his production company and his household staff.
Do you imagine there's some personal connection there where they like each other a lot?
Best friends. I mean, it's them against the world, is how they see it. I think it's pretty easy to see how that works between the two of them.
I think this idea of them against the world, us against the world, is a really powerful, intimate. Like I kind of see like friendships and relationships that way. That I mean, not in a dark sense, but it's like the world is full of cruelty and absurdity and unfairness and so on. It's nice to huddle together like the penguins in March of the Penguins against the cold.
100%.
And they're just like, and so, especially with the ideology of Scientology, this idea that you can be anything, you can essentially, I mean, you can manifest it essentially through like believing it. I mean, you don't really put it into those words, but believing that you're a god is a really like inspiring, positive thing to think.
If they could figure out how to do all that without destroying families and bankrupting its members, they might actually have a future. That's why, like, it's funny because sometimes I feel like it's like like I'm rooting for them to like succeed and do it right. And I'm not, but it's an interesting academic discussion to have of like, we can all see how much people will sacrifice in the names of belief and religion.
Yeah.
We can see how much Scientologists sacrifice based on what they already believe. If you would just start treating people less horribly, you know what I'm saying? It might actually have a future.
But
not
it's
that
also,
I want it to.
It seems like this dark lesson of human nature that they like. There's something about, you know, to use the word cults, that you just stop seeing reality for what it is. 'Cause there's a lot of things that could make this a better organization that's actually helping people flourish and be a little bit more like loose about membership,
right?
Not dividing families, not causing suffering, not causing financial harm, but actually inspiring people and helping people. But then it fundamentally changes what the organization is. And maybe that means somebody like David Miscavige loses power too, which might be very difficult, or people that are close to him lose power and people hold on to power. So whatever the human force is here, it seems to become worse and worse over time. What about, let me ask a conspiracy question. Is there a chance that Tom Cruise is being blackmailed? That there's information from auditing? No?
No.
So that kind of stuff is not, that's very conspiratorial.
I've actually come out and said definitively, I do not know of a single person who stays in Scientology because they're afraid of being blackmailed. It's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. Wow. Does Scientology have enough information to blackmail someone if they wanted to? Well, sure. I mean, and it doesn't even have to be true. It could just be lies. Who cares? Who knows? Scientology can say whatever the hell they want. So that's the thing. It doesn't even have to be true. Yeah. And actually, that would be the argument against blackmailing. Like, in order for Scientology to blackmail you with that information, they'd actually have to represent that, yes, he really did tell us this. And it's like, well then why are you spilling secrets of members, right? Like, it sets a bad precedent.
What are some of the sins according to Scientology?
Most of the sins from a Scientology perspective are just doing or saying anything that brings disrepute to Scientology itself, right? Remember, it's not like Christianity where there's rules. If you break this rule, you're not getting into heaven.
Yeah.
Because Scientology doesn't think about things.
Oh, well, there's the drug. You can't do drugs, right?
You can't do drugs. And you can't take any psychotropic medications.
And no medications almost at all?
You're allowed to take medications. It's just, there's no rules expressly prohibiting it. It's just most Scientologists tend not to. You can take Advil, but many Scientologists won't.
Okay.
You just can't take anything prescribed by a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or any drugs that are psychotropic drugs. I mean, SSRIs are considered probably the closest thing to pure evil in the world of Scientology.
What about, weird question, what about sex? Is there boundaries on what's...
There used to not be. It's become very puritanical in the last many decades for a reason I can't actually explain. Like, Miscavige does seem to be infatuated with controlling sex. Like that is one thing about Miscavige version of Scientology that's gotten very strange. I mean, L. Ron Hubbard even specifically wrote a policy that says we are no longer going to regulate in any way the bedroom activities of people. He literally said, from this point on, no one is allowed to be subject to any justice actions of any kind whatsoever for anything they do in their sexual lives. But that still did not give permission for gay relationships. That was still referring to straight stuff.
And monogamous only. Can you do promise? Like, can you do open marriages and open relationships?
According to that L. Ron Hubbard policy, you can.
Yeah, but you know,
I think he wrote that policy before he created the Sea Organization. And then what happened is, this is actually how this came into effect. He created the Sea Organization. You had a lot of people on a ship, and everybody was just banging each other, and it created just a nightmare of personal relationship. That it was making production impossible. Not because everybody was spending so much time banging, but because everybody was so upset about who was banging who.
Yeah. I mean, sex and that kind of dynamic is really. I mean, humans do what humans do, and then there's drama and all that. It's understandable because everybody's so intimate. It's a closed tribe. It makes sense to limit sex. Otherwise it becomes a sex cult.
Yeah.
Which a lot of them end up becoming. Or on that topic, would you classify Scientology as a cult?
100%. But not because I'm like fully conversant with the academic differentiations between what's a religion and what's a cult. I mean, Scientology would say, well, all small new religions are cults, and I don't know, that's probably true. Some people would say all religions are cults, and I'd be like, depends on how you define religion, and it depends on how you define cult. But I just fall back on my thing of like, if you're destroying families and bankrupting your members, you're a cult. That's how
It's
I look at
us versus them, and the them could be your family, it could be your loved ones. That's deeply destructive, and one of the things you would probably throw into the definition of a cult is something that's actually destructive. Because like I do a lot of stuff that's a cult like jiu-jitsu. Like there's a lot of really close knit tribes, but there's no negative toxicity to it. There's no divide. There's no divisions. Or if there is, it's more, boy, try being a fan of a certain soccer team and then becoming a fan of another soccer team.
That's hardcore.
And like,
but I'll tell you, I train jujitsu as well, and I have found that community of people to be one of the most loving and helpful group of people ever. Shout out to John Keller, Gracie Baja Clearwater. No, but seriously, like it's one of the reasons I continue to do it, despite my back, my hip, my shoulder. It's like it's just such a cool group of guys.
Goes on. It used to not. I think it was much more divisive in the beginning from its Brazilian roots. One of the things that's really hard is the team oriented. Like if you're this team, you're ride or die with this team, and there's the Crianches. They go to another team. Yeah. And I think that aspect, that was actually a turnoff for me in the beginning, that the toxicity of that, because I understand that a little bit for the elites, for the highest of the highest. That I like the brotherhood and the loyalty of the people, like the Olympic gold medalists, the best in the world, yes. But for like recreational fun,
I know.
like it's like this is all ultimately about the camaraderie of all human beings together, not some whatever label you put on yourself. I don't think we actually talked about the organization itself. We talked about tax exempt status, which is really important. We talked about some of the control, like through the propaganda control of what's out there. It's actually interesting that you said that, like, Scientology has pretty much lost the battle with the internet at this point. Which is kind of inspiring that it's hard to defeat the internet. But then there's like bots there. I think if you're sophisticated, I'm not sure that's true. But if you're not,
it's kind of remarkable they haven't been able to capitalize on these bot armies, because there's one thing that they have. It's a lot of tax-free money that they got nothing else better to do with.
Yeah, right.
So
you can invest.
You know, they should give you a call. Like they just don't have the right people apparently.
But that said, how do they wield influence with government agencies? You've talked about the local police, enforcement, also federal agencies, anything.
That is the one way they effectively put their money to use, is lobbyists and attorneys, judges. Very rarely have they ever been able just to get a politician on their side. It's the behind the scenes people. You know, Greta Van Sustren's a very high-level, long-term Scientologist. And her husband, I always get it wrong. It's either Jim Cole or John Cole. I always get it wrong. He's a very powerful attorney who has wields a lot of influence behind the scenes. And that's just one example. Like, the reason why that's an interesting example is because he's actually a Scientologist and he travels in those circles. Scientology, though, its money goes to good use by hiring non-Scientologists, retired judges, attorneys, lobbyists. It really is how they get almost anything done. Like Miscavige himself is not hobnobbing and glad handing and shaking hands and meeting these folks. It's the non-Scientologist professionals who work behind the scenes on Scientology's behalf.
Can you describe the dynamics of that? How that actually happens? Like why would the police department work on behalf of Scientology?
I meant more the courts and regulators, not the police department. But for example, it can come down to something as simple as this: in Clearwater, Scientology hires Clearwater police to do off-duty work for them. They pay like 3 times the normal off-duty rate. So they will, even though I'm not aware of anyone on the Clearwater PD who's actually a Scientologist, they basically end up with, they would call them allies or safe points.
Got it.
Right? People who like will literally operate as Scientology spies. You know, if someone comes in and files a report about some child sex case, someone in the Clearwater PD is calling Sarah Heller at the Office of Special Affairs at the Flank Laden base to let her know, hey, heads up, we got a thing coming in. And then Scientology can run around and go talk to all the Scientologists who have knowledge about this and either get them out of Clearwater you know,
So it's not like direct, explicit corruption, but more just friends and coworkers
yeah,
integrated deeply in the community.
yeah, I call it soft corruption. So another example, you have the mayor of Clearwater, Frank Hibbard. Well, he used to when he won his recent election, he stepped down from some of these nonprofits that he served on. But the nonprofits that he served on also gets millions of dollars of donations from some of Scientology's richest Clearwater members, right? You have one of the mayor's best friends, Joe Burdett, literally a paid lobbyist for Scientology. So that creates a chilling effect on anyone who's going to be talking smack about Scientology because his friends are on their damn payroll. So I call it soft corruption. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. But it's how Scientology wields influence. And what's ironic is that a lot of these people who work on Scientology's behalf actually secretly hate Scientology.
They kind of see through it, but it's part of the community. I mean, it's deeply integrated in the community, and there's financial leverage. Are you ever afraid? I mean, afraid for your well-being, afraid for your ability to function in society because of the pressures from Scientology?
No.
Is that because you're genetically malfunctioning, or mentally, or is there speaking out as a kind of protection?
I think it's one of those things that once you've seen behind the curtain and you see the Wizard of Oz is just a silly man, you just don't have any fear. Now, it's one of these things like people go, "Oh, you're so brave," and I go, "What's that quote? Bravery is, being a soldier and being afraid and going in anyway. It's not brave to run in if you don't think nothing's going to happen to you." Like, so I'm just trying to, like, I do not hold myself up as an example of bravery because it's not like, oh, they could destroy me, but I don't care. No, there's not a damn thing they can do to me. And that's one of the reasons I continue to put out content every day, to just basically go, hey, still here. I dare you to try to do something about it, but you can't. And hope that also serves as kind of an example for other people to go, if this schmo can do it and they can't do anything else to him, then maybe I can do it too. Because I would love it. I would love there to be 20 channels where former Scientologists talk about their experience.
I mean, that is bravery, because what happens is fear seeps in, even if it's not grounded in reality. But at the same time, like, my grandfather who fought in World War II, I mean, the story is, I mean, he was very convinced and sure most of the people he fought alongside would died. He was a machine gunner, but he believed that bullets can't hit him, right?
That's what he said?
Well, so he was right. Right? Because he survived. So there's some sense like
Survivor bias.
that he's like, just like you are. I was like, I'm not brave. The bullets can't hit me. I mean, there's a dark kind of truth to that. There's some, it's like it's a feedback loop where if you have the confidence and you push on forward and you're brave in that way to not let fear seep in and affect you, it actually gives you less things to be scared about. And I mean, but that initial few steps might be for people, it might be a very difficult step to take to talk about it publicly.
The fear was knowing how the family was going to be destroyed and trying to prevent that. I was terrified of that happening, but it happened. There's nothing left to be afraid of. And that's kind of the thing. Like, they created this beast. And the same is true for Mark Headley. The same is true for Mike Rinder. I said they've essentially created a Scientology-proof virus, a Scientology-resistant strain, by throwing everything they have at us for so many years. They have just, through natural selection, created people who just do not give a damn about anything they could or would do. And maybe there is something a little wrong with me, because when I get a phone call from someone like, I just got this phone call about you, and it's clear that it's Scientology PIs doing work behind the scenes, I get really excited. I don't get nervous. I'm like, oh no, what's happening? I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be exciting. I'm like, okay, because everything they try to do to me, I'm going to figure out how to reflect it back on them and make them look ridiculous.
And that pales in comparison to the separating from family.
Exactly.
What is there parts of your family that you've lost because of Scientology?
Just, yes. Most
of my episode on the Leah Remini in the Aftermath show was talking about me and my twin brother. It's just a pretty horrible story. It's just a pretty horrible story. So I do have a younger brother who's still in Scientology and disconnected from me, but I never had much of a relationship with that brother, really, to begin with, right? But my twin brother died when I was like 23 or 24. And that was, without any question, a direct result of our Scientology experience. You know, he died in a car accident that wasn't technically his fault or anything. Like, he wasn't even the one driving. But the fact, the specific fact of his death was not, meaning like the fact and the manner of his death and time wasn't like specifically because of Scientology. But our story and how where our relationship got to, and how he was even in a position of having something like that happen to him, is directly attributable to Scientology.
Do you think about him? Miss him? Is part of what you're doing in memory of him?
Yeah, for sure.
Man, this is such
you know, we were identical twins. Can you imagine two of me?
I can barely handle one. I love it. Losing him, would that be the darkest moment in this whole journey of Scientology for you?
2 moments would equal the darkest moment. It would be that, and also just the period of 6, 9, 12 months of impending doom, knowing that my wife's whole family was going to be obliterated and that there's nothing we could do about it. And kind of telling ourselves every step of the way it wasn't really going to happen, and I really felt like, you ever watch the Ozarks?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like Marty Byrde. Now, this was happening before the Ozarks, but when I watch the Ozarks and I see that character, the entire world is crumbling down around him, and all he did, like, all right, what's the next step? I watch Marty Byrde and I go, that's my fucking spirit animal. Because you can only control what you can control. And you can't keep Scientology from destroying your family. And literally, like, it's funny, I mention this show a lot because I watch that and I go, like, that's exactly how I felt. I talk about this 6 months or 9, 12 months, whatever it was, of impending doom. It's not like I was an emotional wreck during that time. In private I was, but it's not like I was just freaking out. It was like, the sun's going to come up tomorrow. The world's going to keep spinning. I can't control it. This is hard. I can't believe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. I'm here for the opening of the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, and I wanted to borrow a studio, and my agents at CAA were like, you have to call your friend down there and borrow his studio. I think they meant Joe Rogan, but I have another friend down here that I absolutely love, and he's one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. And it's very exciting to be with him, and I'm sure that they're all fine. It's CAA. I'm sure they all love this. What would be wrong with this? Please welcome my friend who needs no introduction, the great Alex Jones.
Tim, amazing. You did an incredible job. So the rest of the folks at the mothership last night. Joe looks like he's in a time machine. He's getting younger while you and I get older.
Yes.
Amazing hanging out with you guys and Roseanne Barr last night.
Yeah, me, you, and Roseanne look like we're going the wrong way. And Joe looks like he's going the right way.
Well, Roseanne looks pretty good, actually.
Yes.
Compared to me and you.
Well, Roseanne she's animated by a force of life.
Yes.
Which is good. And me and you struggle with that. But
you're a sexy guy. Come on.
I appreciate it.
The truth is, we're getting married in Vegas next week.
We're getting married in Vegas, and everyone will support that, I believe, right?
Well, I mean, it's not a joke. We're getting married.
It's going to be...
You and I and Joe had a menage a trois last night.
It's the royal wedding. Yes, we were both very out of shape, and he talked to us about that. But this is going to be the royal wedding. Fuck Meghan Markle and that autistic lizard. This is going to be the one. But it's amazing to be here. Thank you for letting me use your studio. Thank you. There you go. Somebody wrote that, Alex. 3/4 of Mount Rushmore. That is pretty hilarious. Me, you, and Roseanne Barr, the dream team, the family. And I put you guys up. I said, you're really starting to grow up when you realize your parents are just people. And you and Roseanne are my parents. But I was watching, so much stuff is said about you that because you're so banned, you can't respond to. And this is like the craziest thing because I'll watch something and I'll go, Alex should be on his show refuting that. And I know you are, but it's not anywhere that anybody can see. And one of the things that I watched was at January 6th, I watched you tell the protesters to not enter the Capitol, to be peaceful. You said, we're not Antifa. We're not going to burn things down. This is what they want. We're not going to give it to them. That has never been played on mainstream media. They have never played any video footage of you telling protesters to not breach the Capitol, which is literally what happened. And I want to play that clip in a minute. Speaking to you off air, a lot of things are now coming out about January 6th that changed the picture a little bit from what people thought was just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I want to know if you can illustrate some of that for us, because I know that this directly impacts you. It affects you. You were there. You were there to protest what you felt was a sham election.
Anomalies, yes.
Right, election anomalies. You were not there to breach the Capitol, and you were telling your supporters to not breach the Capitol. But there were people in the crowd encouraging violent behavior, agitating, leading, and now it's coming out that some of those people are from an interesting origin.
Absolutely. And it's a giant story, and it's bigger than January 6th for Trump or any of that, whether you love Trump or hate him. I've got a love-hate relationship with him. It's that we had 1 million people at the Ellipse for his rally on the 6th. Then they said, Alex, lead a march down there. Well, the hundreds of thousands already gone to the Capitol before I ever got in the middle of it. I said, how do I lead this? So I was telling the crowd, be peaceful. It's a big crowd. All our other rallies have been peaceful. And we get down there, and tear gas is already getting fired, and all this stuff's happening. And I didn't know that out of 1 million people and hundreds of thousands with the Capitol, that a few hundred attacked police and broke in. And I was up there saying, stop it, don't go in. And then the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, by that afternoon said Alex Jones was there leading the attack, saying attack the Capitol, even though we had the video, but it was only on Infowars.com.
Right.
It was only on Band.video. No one else outside of our footage could see that and know that. Since then, it's gotten on Twitter and gotten tens of millions of views of us there getting huge amounts of people that have been, the doors have been opened once they broke through, waving people back and keeping people from going in. Then I got subpoenaed. I got deposed by the January 6th committee. They were trying to indict me. They did arrest Owen Schroyer and my camera guy, Sam Monteo, that were there with me being totally peaceful.
Yeah.
But I was too well known. I was the guy up there loud saying, don't go in. But they were with me. So the feds, when they arrested them, indicted them, and they're still facing trial, our guys haven't done a plea bargain yet, so their trials are coming up. They said Owen Schroyer broke into the Capitol and attacked people.
Right.
It's all, he was with me. He was trying to stop it.
Right.
So when you see them filing in court, things like saying the Loch Ness Monster, is our president or the Easter Bunny, is real. You're like, it's next level when you're experiencing things that are totally fraudulent, but because you're banned on all the major platforms, you can't respond. They have a blank check. So censorship isn't just about silencing people. You can then steal their identity.
Right.
And you can then say whatever you want in their voice or take things out of context. And that's what's so dangerous about censorship. But now we have Matt Taibbi and the Twitter files, and great job Elon Musk, and all of it coming out that agencies and governments and big tech with media, we're working in coordination to surveil what people are saying and have been censoring millions of people for years, including during the Trump administration. So that's all coming out. I know you were telling me before we went live here, or before we started taping the show, that you've got some of those clips, but this is just an amazing moment to be alive. Plus, they've got the Proud Boys trial going on in D.C., and just a few days ago, it began to break. They've had federal filings. I've got copies of it. We can do an overhead shot here, maybe, if your guys punch it up, where the feds accidentally gave a bunch of files to the defense with stuff like, we've been ordered to delete 300 plus files. We've been ordered to cover up they were nonviolent. We've been ordered. Now they're declaring today national security in D.C., saying these are top secret documents. So they are in full. Remember the Whitmer kidnapping plot, where it turned out the feds again accidentally handed over stuff they wanted to cover up.
Yeah.
And it was them ordering, like these potheads to attack Whitmer, and they were like, "I don't want to. Can I have money for a Big Mac?
Right.
Can I have a dime bag of weed? It's in the recordings."
Right.
And they never attacked the lady.
Yeah.
So the first group got off, but the second time the judge covered it up, they all got convicted. So the point is, the same group that led the attack on Whitmer that never happened were intimately involved. The same unit of the FBI in January 6th. That's not coming. I mean, look at this document.
These are documents that are now being, they're national security. Are they classified? Are they?
Just today, the judge is declaring them classified, but this is the federal filing, so I won't show the classified documents. I'll show the federal filing in here that's now been put up by a bunch of even mainstream journalists like Julie Kelly. It says right here, edit out, they were present, that the feds were there leading the group. And then it describes in one line here, and I guess the crew could probably pull this up, where they say, here it is, Miller's communications with another agent who states the agent's FBI boss assigned 338 items of evidence I had to destroy.
Why would they want to do that?
Destroying evidence is a felony.
Why would they want to destroy the evidence? Wouldn't they want more evidence?
Well, because they were leading it.
Of course, yeah. Well,
and that's why they're trying to block Tucker releasing the raw footage. And on Tuesday...
And you see these videos of people opening doors, allowing people in the Capitol. There's a video of the QAnon shaman guy with the fucking hat, with the horns. He's being led around the Capitol by multiple police, opening doors.
And led into the Senate chamber.
Yeah.
And he thought he was with Q. He thought they were with him, and this was a coup.
Right.
I had him on 2 days after. He's like, no, the police were with me. They let me in. We're winning. We're taking over. And I said, no, dude, you've been set up.
Right.
And I felt so sorry for him. Now, 4 years in prison.
Yeah.
Nonviolent. Turns out he's schizophrenic.
Right.
He was kicked out of the Navy for being schizophrenic. I've talked to his family, people that know him. Really nice guy, nonviolent.
Yeah.
And they've now framed a schizophrenic as the leader of a mastermind operation.
Can we play the clip of Alex's War where we have Alex with a bullhorn on January 6th telling people to not be violent? Because this, by the way, will be the first time a lot of people have seen this on a public platform, because it is you telling the protesters at January 6th to not engage.
I was about to say, you're sticking your neck out here, because the only place until Elon Musk took over Twitter, this was allowed nowhere.
Right.
I mean, obviously, I don't want to attack the Capitol. I don't want to go to jail. What does that makes us look like idiots?
Right.
But they're trying to say, I showed up in the middle of it and was like, what the hell? Don't go in.
Well, I was watching it with friends at my house, and I was going, I turned to a friend of mine and I said, this is fucking absurd that there's a video of you telling people not to attack the Capitol that has never been seen, to my knowledge, by anybody, really. And this, again, is you telling people we're not Antifa. We don't want to burn shit down. We don't want to breach the Capitol. We want to be peaceful and make our voices heard. And it throws the whole narrative about you, about the, what they're calling, obviously, the riot, into question. One of the most exciting things about the new year is you have no idea what adventures are in store for you. There's no better way to prepare for 2023 by learning a new language with Babbel. Babbel is a language learning app that sold more than 10 million subscriptions. And if America falls, you'll need to learn Mandarin. Thanks to Babbel's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons, you can feel confident no matter where the new year takes you. Do you speak any other languages?
No, I can barely speak English.
Right.
I need to go to Babbel right now.
With Babbel, I'm telling you right now, you can choose from 14 different languages. They have speech recognition technology to help you improve your pronunciation and accent. There are so many ways to learn Babbel. In addition to lessons, you can access podcast, games, video stories, and even live classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. So clearly they're confident that you're going to love it. Right now, get up to 50
this out anywhere. And
years. People writing books and going to libraries and looking up articles and, hurting their eyes, squinting at these little pieces of paper. Now, within a matter of weeks and months, all of these narratives are collapsing.
And that's what scares me. I'll be honest. It does scare me that I can't get this out anywhere. Obviously, I don't want to attack the Capitol. We wanted to protest and have a 10-day Senate investigation. I showed up. Tear gas literally hit me from 200 yards away. People were climbing scaffolding. I saw riot police. They were attacking police. I'm like, no, don't do it. Then I went to the police and I said, I know you have a loudspeaker system. They use it that night, super loud, like the voice of God. Leave the Capitol. You're not allowed to be here. I went to the police. They got a captain. I said, it's on video.
Yeah.
It's on our... my security had the cop cams, the what do you call those, body cams?
Body cams.
And I say, look, I know you have this loudspeaker system that's the voice of God, which is by 7 o'clock at night. Leave the area, martial law, do not be here. I mean, it's like I am Oz. I mean, it's super freaking 5,000 dB.
Yeah.
And they said, we later learned their commanders would not respond for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So they were actually saying, give us the PA system, what I was saying.
Yeah.
And they were just ordered to stand there with their thumbs in their asses. So I don't blame the cops. And, no cops died that day. One guy died of a stroke the next day. I mean, the cops did get attacked. It was wrong. 5 citizens died.
Have you heard that there are suicides with the Capitol Police?
Yeah, that's what happened. That's when the few that died later were suicides and one was a stroke.
Okay.
But my issue is the Attorney General of the U.S. 2 days ago came out and said 5 officers were murdered that day. Tucker Carlson's lying about the 5 officers. In fact, I know your crew's in there. Guys, find that clip.
Yeah.
It's like 15 seconds. Everybody knows now that nobody died that day but 5 citizens.
Right.
So Ashley Babbitt and others. So they're still, that's what I'm saying. They're saying 5 officers died that day. It's on record they didn't. Like, why are they so confident to lie like that?
Well, because I think the reality is a lot of people aren't paying attention. A lot of people don't have access to the information, right? A lot of people aren't going to...
That's what they're counting on.
They're counting on that. They count on that. I was looking at it. I've now watched a lot of that footage. I've watched it on planes when they're about to take off. I've watched it when I'm in hotel rooms on the road doing comedy. And I'm going, something doesn't make sense. Something's off. You're telling people, do not attack. It's gotten completely away from you. There are people that are being led into this building by, it looks like, uniformed Capitol Police.
100 they sent more than half the police away for crowd control at the Ellipse mile and a half away.
Right.
The White House where Trump was giving a speech. So you get there, there's like 50 cops.
Yeah.
It's like a football game, a championship or a basketball game. There's 1 million people there in the town, 100,000 in the stadium. A few hundred riot. You don't blame the whole stadium. So a few hundred did attack the police who tear gassed them. The police didn't have the numbers they needed. They got attacked. They did get beat up. It was wrong. People like Ray Epps are ramming signs into him saying, go into the building. But he doesn't get in any trouble. And by the way, he told the January 6th Commission under oath, I orchestrated the attack on the Capitol. Why is he not indicted? But my co-host, Owen Schroyer, is.
Well, there's a lot of people that behaved poorly, clearly. There's a lot of people that got excited, agitated, angry. They did not act. Mob psychology. They didn't act like a responsible citizen. They didn't do what you asked them to do. But then you also have documents coming out right now saying that this thing potentially, or maybe definitely was led by federal informants, federal agents.
Well, I know people at the highest levels of the Proud Boys trial, and I have the federal filing right here. But again, this is the beauty of the universe.
Yeah.
They literally handed over the secret files to the FBI. They thought they deleted it. It was an attached file. And it's all how they had informants in the Proud Boys. The informants said they're not violent.
Right.
That famous Stuart Rhodes Oathkeeper Enrique Tarrio meeting on January 5th in the parking garage, they were talking about defending people, protecting against Antifa. The informants are like, there was no talk of this. They're saying delete the evidence of the informants from the trial.
So they can't find a lot of evidence of a pre-planned insurrection, like a pre-planned riot, a pre-planned insurrection. Like they don't have evidence of these people conspiring to do this.
No.
Okay.
And so instead, they cherry pick what the informant's saying and edit out like 90% of it.
Right.
And then and then so the judge says, well, we can't tell you who the informants are, but here's what they said. And then it's an edited thing the informant said.
Right. When you're there, are you feeling a vibe that something's off, something's getting away from you?
I mean, let me recount that morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just give you a straight up recount. I get up at 7 a.m. hungover in a suite at the Willard Hotel. I've been doing interviews the whole night before. We order breakfast, we drink coffee, I have sex with my wife, and I say, I got a hangover. Let's order a bottle of whiskey. So we get like a small bottle of whiskey. We drink it with coffee. My wife goes, I just want to stay here. I don't want to go to this. I'm exhausted. I say, no, baby, let's go. So we walk outside the Willard. That's right where the ellipse. And it literally takes us an hour and a half with like 15 security, to, like in a mosh pit, to battle through these crowds and get the so-called VIP lane to go in. Because there's 1 million people outside and 40,000.
Are there? So there's actually 1 million people at this event.
Yeah, it's the whole, the ellipse, the monument, it's just all, but only 40,000 can get in the actual cordoned off part with Secret Service where Trump's speaking. So it's all surrounding people who can't get in. We have to fight through all that, get in. I'm sitting here going, damn, that whiskey's wearing off. And so we finally get through, like a mosh pit. I'm exhausted. My wife's like, I want to go home. I don't like this. Roger Stone's calling me saying, I don't like this. I can't get to the crowd. I'm going home, blah, blah, blah. It's a clusterfuck. And I sit down for like 3 hours of Republicans giving boring speeches. And my wife's like, my feet are freezing off. Honey, let's just go back to the hotel and take a hot bath. And her instinct's like, I have a bad feeling. She literally says, let's go back to the hotel, suck your dick. Let's just, I'm being honest, I'm being humble. This is the conversations they're having. She goes, baby, let's just go eat food.
Which would have in hindsight been the better plan.
No, I mean, she actually said this.
Yeah.
And she's never, women's instincts, like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I want to go. I don't want to go to the Capitol. And I'm like, baby, shut up. And finally, Trump comes out. We're watching all the Republicans peacock behind the stage. We're in the front row. All this stuff's going on. And then the Secret Service and these feds come in and they go, Mr. Jones, Trump wants you to lead the march. 30 minutes before he's done, we will open the gate. You will go out to Pennsylvania Avenue and lead the march. And I'm sitting there and I'm already watching crowds that are tired of sitting around us hearing Trump speak, led by Antifa, led by the feds, led by all this. They're already all marching down towards the Capitol. And I'm going, how do I, with a bullhorn, because my security's waiting outside the bullhorn. I go, how do I leave? They go, Trump will be there, don't worry. It's all a setup, not by Trump, but by them. So finally, they open the gate in the front stage. Trump's still speaking. I'm like, Trump's like 30 feet away, right here on the stage. I walk around, and I'm in the back of the stage, and I'm with all these Republicans, and I go, I need to go to the bathroom. And the feds are like, no, Mr. Jones, you got to go right now. Meanwhile, they were timing me to be there right when the breach happened. And I go, no, I got to go to the bathroom. My wife's like, yeah, I got to go to the bathroom. My wife's like, I'm leaving, honey. My feet are hurting. It's so cold out here. I didn't know I wore the wrong shoes. I go, baby, you go back to the hotel. I'll find out what's going on. I don't think I can even lead this march. I'll see you. She leaves with a lady she was with. So one of the event organizers. So I go in the bathroom, take care of things, get out. I'm on Pennsylvania Avenue. Already like hundreds of thousands are marching. And I go, how am I supposed to lead this? I go, this needs to be peaceful. Because people are like, F you, we're going to, So I get up on one of the platforms, have these big planters, like 20 feet above the roads. So I get up this big tree planter and I go, be peaceful. This is all on video. Be peaceful.
Let's play that right now because that's a video I want people to see. If we,
the only reason I'm taking time is, this is the whole, I mean, I'm being honest. Like, I drank whiskey. I banged my wife. I ate, a freaking scrambler. I mean, this is like what happened. And then what happens when I get there is more insane. But go ahead and play the clip.
Let's play the clip.
Listen to me. We've got a permit on the other side. It's great that this happened, but the Trump's not going to come when we've taken this over. We're not Antifa. We're not BLM. You're amazing. I love you. Let's march around to the other side. And let's not fight the police and give the system what they want. We are peaceful. We won this election. And as much as I love seeing the Trump flags flying over this, We need to not have the confrontation with the police. They're going to make that the story. I'm going to march to the other side where we have a stage where we can speak and occupy peacefully. Tell everybody behind you, march to the other side. March to the other side. You guys are better. You guys are great. But the police, provocateurs have caused a problem, and the police are throwing flashbangs. We don't want to have a kid state here. So, I love you. We're saving the Republic. This is beautiful. But please tell everyone you know, march to the other side. March. Start to make a pass for us back there. We're going to march. Trump is going to speak over here. Trump is going to be on the other side. So march with us. Go slow. Come on, Nick. Yes. Tell people behind you. Come off the stage. We're not stealing the stage with the Democrats, man. You've done a great job. Come on off of there. Let's peacefully.
So this is, again, it's kind of irrefutable. You're there. You're telling people not to breach the Capitol. You're saying to stay peaceful. Obviously, it's not working because there's people that are like completely.
Well, most of them can't even hear me. I mean,
right.
The bullhorn goes maybe 100 yards, but what I'm saying is a timeline. You're giving me an opportunity with your huge audience. I want to tell them no. So I'm a mile and a half from the ellipse, and I'm like, how do I lead a crowd? And Trump's, because we had permitted by the Supreme Court's right here. The Capitol's here. So in between the Supreme Court and the Capitol, we had a big stage, and Trump was thinking he was coming there.
Yeah.
But Trump was set up too. So I'm like, be peaceful, be peaceful. That's another video. 20 minutes before I get there. Then I get there. People are climbing the scaffolding. There's tear gas. I see people falling off parapets. I'm like, I'm in a medieval war.
Right.
And I'm like, I better get up on this pile of chairs. They weren't even unfolded, like a stack of chairs boxed, a bit with plastic on them for like a month from then or a few weeks from then for the inauguration. Yeah. So I climb up on top and say, don't go in. We got a lot of people not to go in because the feds and the police had opened the doors under orders. Not blaming them. They were ordered to do it. And so then I go, well, let's go to the other stage. So I go around and I talk to the police captains and people. I wait for like 10 minutes to talk to them. I go, you got to get on your loudspeakers. You got to say, get out of the Capitol. And they wouldn't talk. They said, we can't talk to you. And I said, well, what can I do? They said, why don't you go up on the other side where they're trying to break the door in? Most people are just standing there and talking, but like a few people are attacking the door. They said, why don't you go up there and try to get them out the door? So I go up. I say, get out of here. Come down. It's so noisy. There's all these people blaring other bullhorns. They can't hear me. I looked at my crew and I could see guys with machine guns, assault rifles, pouring in feds. And I said, I need to go home to my children. Let's leave right now. And I marched to the crowd saying, leave, leave, leave. A lot of folks listened to me and a lot of them left. But it was then learning in hindsight how they had 500 paramilitary police dressed as civilians with guns, how they had hundreds of FBI informants. And now we know FBI informants were leading the attack with the CIA. It's coming out in court on the building.
So we're going to find out if these documents are ever made public, that there is proof that there is FBI and CIA kind of collusion with people that are on the ground, leading them into the Capitol.
Yeah, if anything, Republicans are too pro-war and too pro-state.
Yeah.
But when do Republicans attack police and tear up buildings?
Right.
It doesn't happen.
Right.
We got provocateured into it.
Yeah.
And thank God, because I can see the timing. Not all the Secret Service, but definitely the groups involved.
Yeah.
Because most of Trump's White House was run by deep state by then. Most of the people had resigned, so he only had deep state.
And there are people, no doubt, that were caught up in the fervor and did the wrong thing.
Yes, in the mob madness.
For sure.
But we now
Not
know.
because of what you said. That's what's interesting, right? You weren't saying that. You were not directing it. So if you're not directing it, and the Proud Boy Oath Keepers, if they don't have the proof that they're directing it, who's directing it? That's the question.
Well, Ray Epps said he orchestrated it.
Who is that?
He was there for days on all the dozens of videos saying attack the Capitol tomorrow. He was there with ramming the sign of the police. He was commanding everybody.
Yeah.
You see him give orders, like he'll be in the crowd because they're now releasing this footage.
Yeah.
He'd be in the crowd. This was what Tucker was going to do on Tuesday, but they stopped it. And he would go, and like mechanized troops would come in, like military in Trump outfits.
And
so he would go, red zone, attack. Woo.
Right.
And they would just like, boom, like phalanx Roman soldiers attack.
Yeah.
And so they get this giant Trump sign and ram it over the police, and they ram up the doors.
The goal of this is clearly to present the idea that anybody on that side is completely unreasonable, violent, and a terrorist.
Well, that's it. And take a John Wayne movie that are based on real bar fights. I've been in a lot of bar fights, but I've been in two. Somebody punches somebody, it starts, nobody knows, everybody starts fighting. And it was like that. Once you ram over the police, once they tear gas, and once the crowd kind of gets in a fight, most of the crowd was trying to stop it. There's 1 million people, or hundreds of thousands were there, 1 million in the town. They pour in, then the feds open the doors.
Right.
And so that's what happened.
It's wild. Now, the documents that have been made classified, who is making them classified? And they're saying national security. But they did this again with the Boston Marathon bombing. They put these special administrative measures on the judge and the attorneys, and nobody could really talk about it. Even after saying that those two brothers were not connected to any larger terrorist threat, so it wouldn't necessarily need a national security, wall for these documents to be behind. They're now saying that these documents cannot be seen because somehow it would jeopardize national security.
Yeah, this is breaking news tonight, or whenever you're watching this.
Tonight, Thursday. It's coming out Thursday.
So this is a big deal. I know people at the highest levels of the defense team for the Proud Boys in week 6, still the prosecution in D.C.
Right.
And a couple days ago, when the feds want to bring forward a new witness, they have to then bring forward the evidence.
Right.
It's supposed to be at the start of the trial, but the judge lets them bring it in whenever they want. So they get these documents Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And their people go, hey, it says right here there's attachments that have been put in the trash. So that's the thing. Like you trash a photo on your phone, for a month it's in the trash.
Right.
So the FBI agent, I have the documents right here, we can do it all red shot, testified that she prepared these. And in those is 300 plus documents, thousands of pages, and quotes of, I've been ordered to destroy this, because they're covering their ass. That's illegal. But they're saying, I was ordered by my superior. The Nuremberg thing doesn't work, saying following orders.
Right.
And now I'm talking to them about what the documents they've seen before the judge said they're classified. And then we know what else was happening. They had a CIA operative. They had a sex operative. They had informants in with the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys are like, we're here to stop violence, and we're here to only have Antifa attacks. That's all been testified to, but they're ordered in the transcripts, the interviews, that the judge lets in and tells the jury, this is secret. It's an informant. You don't know their name, but here's what they said, but it's edited. The informant's like, no, they were all against violence. They're good people. And I got to say, this isn't true. And then they only get like, but they did meet with Stuart Rhodes.
Yeah.
And so you read these things, these communications.
And I don't think, I've listened to you for a long time. I don't think you've ever advocated political violence, whether it's on the left or the right. I've never seen you say, let's kill that senator. Let's hurt somebody. Let's do something violent.
No, because that's when you've lost.
Right.
I mean, the pen's mightier than the sword.
Yeah.
And 1,000 years ago, information was more important than physical. It was like 80% of it. Now it's like 95.
Right.
And the Pentagon will say that. But absolutely. But they want to make it violent. They want to make us violent because that discredits us. But I mean, you can read these documents for yourself. This is just the federal filing.
Yeah.
So I'm just reading.
When was that filed, Alex?
Last night at 11
So
p.m.
this is real, on-the-minute, breaking news. This has now gone from what would be called a conspiracy theory into what will start to become, for lack of a better word, mainstream news.
Except you have the former head of the CDC saying they made the weapon, COVID's a bioweapon.
And no one cares. It's not being reported.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Miller's communications with another agent who states that agent FBI boss assigned 338 items of evidence I have to destroy. That's a felony.
That is as damning as anything I've really ever seen with regard to January 6th.
And I've been asked by people that are like on the Pelican briefs, they're actually scared.
Yeah.
I've been asked not to say what I've been told, but it is CIA, sex operatives. This is not FBI.
Why sex operatives? You'd think that sex operatives wouldn't be used for January 6th. You'd think you'd get more gruff type of like, oh, they're leading the guys. So you're saying sex operatives are leading people.
Well, what you have is a bunch of macho dudes that want to fight for America and stop Antifa. And then
the sex operatives are like the pussies in the Capitol.
Yeah.
Is that kind of?
Well, I mean, it's literally hot women. I don't want to get into the whole story.
Right.
But I had them when I was in like December in Georgia trying to cover the election fraud there. And I was there with one of the leaders of the Proud Boys. And he goes, hey, this super hot chick wants to be with you. A, I'm married. B, I'm not stupid. And I'm sitting there and he goes, no, she wants to be with you right now. And I'm like, this is an infiltrated operation.
Right.
So I'm just at a restaurant. Nothing was open then. Everything was still shut down with lockdown. There was a Hooters that was open. So I went over to this restaurant and I'm sitting there with my security guys. And in comes one of the Proud Boy leaders. I'm not going to say who. And he's got this very attractive Amerasian chick with him. And he starts saying, hey, she wants to be with you, blah, blah, blah. I later learned that individual has been linked to the Central Intelligence Agency. And hey, I was married. I was drinking beer. I ate a cheeseburger. I was just like, yeah, sweetheart, I'll see you later. And I've had that happen before, like Trump Hotel, like two women show up at the bar and they go, we want to be with you right now. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not Julian Assange, sweetheart.
Yeah.
My dick ain't doing the thinking here.
Right.
Okay. So and it ain't like I'm like starving for pussy either. So, but the point is that I'm only telling these stories not to impress people. This is an everyday occurrence.
Right.
So then I get these files and I'm like, this woman's name's that's the woman in the frickin' Hooters trying to get my hotel room.
Right.
So I don't need to know, oh, the lawyers think it's a CIA sex op. I had them try to put her on me.
Okay.
So, Dylan, that's the magnitude of this.
The magnitude's coming out. Tucker was going to do something on it and he was stopped.
I haven't talked to Tucker since then, but I'm going to reverse engineer this. I'm not going to get into what I talked to Tucker about.
Yeah.
I talked to other sources, and they confirmed that Rupert Murdoch killed Tuesday the federal agent connection, the Ray Epps footage of the feds breaking the building.
Because Tucker's been doing a lot of work on this where he is bringing out a lot of stuff that is not seen anywhere else. You know?
Absolutely.
Like
he's a trailblazer. He's a hero. He's amazing. And again, the lawyers I know are literally dealing with thousands of pages, just like my lawyer, love him to death, kind of a ding-dong. Andino Reynal here in Texas, smart guy.
You believe also that, like, when you see these big Antifa riots, when you see the level of coordination with a group like that, the fact that, do you believe that, like January 6th, you have agent provocateur?
Oh, I mean, the feds,
right?
The Carnegie Endowment, the Ford Foundation runs Antifa.
Right.
But getting back to my Texas trial.
Yeah.
The Sandy Hook trial, where the judge already said I was guilty and all that. I gave my lawyers all my phones. There was nothing to hide.
Right.
I'm like, here, download it, look for stuff.
Right.
So then my lawyer accidentally sends like a phone, because I have like a new phone every year. They send like 8-9 months of a phone to them. Then they put that out publicly. The Democrat judge does. Fine, whatever. There's nothing. It's not a problem. Nothing. There's an issue. But the thing is, it's a two-way door interdimensionally. That's how God works. Whatever they do first, black magic comes back on them 10 times worse. And you call it black magic. It's how the universe works. When you do something nasty. So now, in the Whitmer case, and now in this case, the feds have given the defense thousands of documents with the CIA and running January 6th.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even supposed to talk about this yet because the people are scared, man.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, you put Alex Jones asking his employees to get him vodka. Oh, he's so embarrassed. Now look what God just did.
Right.
Your FBI agent just gave the whole January 6th operation in that thing, and they're trying to suppress it. They are in like chickens with their heads cut off. So you see how black magic works?
Yeah,
they can go. Alex, you feel that? You like that? And I'm like, but then they themselves get a sword through them.
That's
it's
right.
not me.
Yeah.
Oh, you slap me. Now Tyrannosaurus Rex stomps on your ass.
Right.
And I've learned metaphysically, there's laws of the universe. As long as I'm good and try to be just and try to be honest and just humble and I try to tell the truth, I get hit. But whoever hits me, I mean, like, it's bad, man.
Yeah, going online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your kids with a nearest stranger while using the restroom. ExpressVPN, they scramble the IP address. The government can't get you, but maybe, they can. But the corporate people can't get you. ExpressVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel between you and your device and the internet so that hackers can't steal your data. Hackers can make some serious cash selling personal information on the dark web. But ExpressVPN has made it easier than ever to keep your information safe. Just fire up the app, click one button, and you're instantly protected. ExpressVPN works on all your devices like laptops, phones, tablets, so you can stay secure on the go. Secure your online data today at expressvpn.com/TimDillon and get 3 months free. 3 fucking months free. That's expressvpn.com/TimDillon. expressvpn.com/TimDillon. You probably need more than ExpressVPN. You have the NSA is straight, I don't know if will ExpressVPN do it for you, maybe?
Well, it's not that it was anything bad. It's like you close your door at night. You need to be doing this regardless because there's all these corrupt systems.
I love Athletic Greens. Everyone I know takes Athletic Greens. Alex, you love Athletic Greens.
I love them.
I love them. Our next partner is Athletic Greens, and I take AG1. You take AG1 every day. Better gut health, increased energy, immune system support. If you hate taking pills and vitamins, this is a supplement that actually takes great.
I actually do take Athletic Greens.
You do. You take it in the morning.
I think everybody does.
Everyone does, and it's good. You don't need the coffee or whatever you're doing in the morning, the Adderall. Take the Athletic Greens. It's much better for you. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D, which is great, and 5 free travel packets with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/TimDillon to get your thing of it, your plan, your
special,
your special,
promo.
Your promo code. Thank you. Athletic Greens. Go to athleticgreens.com/TimDillon. That's athleticgreens.com/TimDillon. Truly, you don't want to be taking all these things that people go, take it, take it, take it. You want to be natural and healthy.
By the way, I'm not just saying this. They don't want my endorsement. I'm the devil. But I've been taking Athletic Greens for several years. My wife takes it every morning.
Yeah.
It is delicious.
They'll be damn happy
It is
with your
nutritious.
endorsement. It's delicious and nutritious.
Like, I've had people, I don't want to get into it because it's like voodoo, but it's real. I've had people mess with me. They die in like car wrecks in like a week.
Right.
I mean, it's like, I'm like, hey, you need to watch out, because it's like, I'm for real. And the thing is, anybody that's lived long enough knows there's real laws, man.
Yeah.
Like a video game has laws, this thing has laws. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm saying you mess with me or anybody who's righteous, you're grabbing a high-powered line, man.
Yeah.
You're sticking your dick in a light socket.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I hope by having you on here, I get some of that protection from you. I hope it bounces off.
I'm very humble about it, but I've learned it's real.
Yeah. Well, here's what is in
But it's not even protection. Yeah. It's that if they're going to hit you, they got to be willing to get 10 times back.
Right.
Like they're like, study black magic. I'm even into magic, but it's like a metaphysical example.
Right.
In black magic, a black magic practitioner can do something bad.
Right.
But they're going to get 10 times back.
That's right.
So are you willing to frickin' do that?
Yes. So we have all this information. We have.
By the way, I identify this as a vitamin stick.
Yeah.
Not as a cancerous thing.
This is.
I identify as a woman. I can. 2 men can have a baby.
This is made by Pfizer. What I think that.
Good for you.
Yeah. What I think that people.
Safe and effective.
Yeah. People don't. These are things people don't know about you. Is that you're fun. You're fun because you're a guy that deeply believes things. And if you're wrong, you'll admit you're wrong.
I've been wrong plenty.
And you'll move on.
But I was never wrong from a place of lying.
That's right. You believe things, you go, hey, but so much stuff has come out. I've watched clips of you talking about George W. Bush before he was going to be president and what they were going to do. I've saw you talk about 9/11. I saw you talk about the WTO, the World Trade Commission. Like you walk a beat that very few people do in America. Almost nobody does. And it's got to take a toll on you a little bit. Well, then I meet you and you're a fun guy. You love comedians. Comedians love to hang out with you. So you're one of these people, you can enjoy yourself, even though, you're really putting yourself out there all the time in a bunch of different ways.
Well, I was completely honest when I was like in one of like 8 depositions in the whole lawsuits against me. And I was completely honest with him, just like I was honest with Joe.
Yeah.
On his show, like one of the podcasts before last, like 4 years ago. I'm like, I got to a point like 5-6 years ago where I wouldn't even call it a psychosis. I said it's almost like a psychosis where if I've been lied to so much, I just got lazy and I said it's all bullshit.
Right.
And so then I would just say, I don't believe any of it. You can't do that. You got to still analyze each piece. They went, oh, he's trying to do an insanity plea. That doesn't happen in civil cases.
Right.
I was being honest. Like I knew Joe Rogan 25 years ago. I knew Joe was into all this stuff before I was. I know he's probably the most cunning, smart person I know, a great guy, huge heart. I got really mad at him 5 years ago because he was suddenly towing the line and kind of buying the system with his own delusion. So I got really pissed at him. He later admitted I was right and apologized, but I was more wrong than he was. So like he was kind of a little bit wrong and I went